Hello and welcome. It's Soul Saturday and Pathbrewing Day 7. We're learning how to make monsters. Hello everybody. Hello Soup, Lore, Jin, Whimsiest, Zolf, Glowtone, Joseph, Nick, Enemy Blaze, Asdrew, Mudkip. Hello Ulkrond, Drask, Lavender Skies. Hello Sweet and Salty. Hello Brentley. Hello, Her Highness. Luna. Scrawl! My nos is very tasty today. Which monsters are we making today? Today, well, first off, we're going to learn how to make monsters, which means we have to consult the core book. The Game Master screen, or Game Master core, and then we're gonna learn how to make morlings, or try to make morlings, and go from there. Some necromancers, all that stuff. God, Jesus Christ, Jed, my fellow bear. Thank you very much for 20 gifted subs to the community. Insanely generous. Immediately destroyed the sub goal. That sub goal existed for about 13 minutes before dying immediately and violently. Thank you, Jen. I hope you have a lovely rest. I hope you sleep well. I hope you take care of yourself. And may you get plenty of hibernation. My God. If you guys got a gifted sub from Jin, please be sure to say thank you. Jin has been insanely generous. Zolf! My lovely, lovely chef. Thank you very much for 4 months, brother. God damn. I feel like you've been here for ages, but I think it's just because we played so many games together. I feel like you've been here forever, but I think what it is I've just associated you being here forever because I play games with you. So, you know, that's how it goes. Oh my God, Lore! Lore, thank you very much for 5 gifted subs to the community. Incredibly kind of you. Give me that emote. What do you mean emote? Huh? What do you mean emote? Oh, the hype train emote. Oh my God. I was like, what do you mean? What's happening? What's happening? Oh my God. Thank you, Lore, again for another gifted sub to Astro. You dropped your crown, King. My God. Zolf. Brother, that me glazing you was not fucking That was it. That was an incentive for you to fucking come and gift a sub, dork. But thank you very much for 5 gifted subs to the community. Sub goal broken again? Absolutely. My God, Sinja, what the fuck? Guys, I haven't moved the screen yet. It fell out of my pocket. Liar. Sinji, thank you very much for 5 gifted subs to the community. Insanely generous. The sub goal obliterated. It is a smoking, burning crater of what used to be and is no longer. I think this actually is something that Twitch was wanting. I think we're making progress towards the sub point goal, which is like a goal thingy that is how you get like improved partnership. I don't really understand it. It's not something that they really explain all too well, but like there's obviously the goals that you set, and then Twitch has something called like a plus goal, which is like a certain number of points that you can get every month. I don't know. I think we're getting more towards that. So thank you. Very much appreciated. My God. Mudkip, thank you very much for 5 gifted subs to the community, brother. Insanely generous. Thank you very much. Again, guys, if you guys got a gifted sub, what have you, please be sure to say thank you. I don't think gifted subs count. Oh, really? Huh. I rub my chin. Why was it telling me to do it then? Oh, there's a drop down now. Hold on. How eligibility works. Creators must maintain point requirements for 3 consecutive months to be eligible for the Plus program. Okay. Eligibility status will be elevated at the end of each month according to the UTC time zone. Gifts and Prime subs are currently not counted towards eligibility. Okay. Level 1, 100 points, 60-40 revenue split. Level 2, 70-30 split. Oh, this is the thing that Momo got forever ago. Okay. I understand this now. I'm locked in. I get it. Also, 3 months back to back is wild. Okay. Let's see. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. Oh god, I forgot how pretty this map was. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the last time we played, we got a module that lets us teleport on the map. If someone continues a gifted, ooh, that's right. That's right. We want world building. All right, calm down. Calm down. I actually need to go to my 5th edition and hope that I can access my folder. Oh wait, there's a capybara. Hello. Oh. Oh, well. Would you look at that? Even my map's not loading anymore. Also, yeah, the 5th edition module is basically just crumbling apart in my hands currently. So that's very pog. That's super cool. It's whatever. It's fine. It's cool. It's whatever. As long as I can access this shit, I'll be fine.
It hasn't even been a half hour and you're already breaking shit? What the hell, Crowned?
No, this has already been broken.
Oh.
Yeah, so the 5th edition like module has basically been broken for about a month now, but I could still access parts of it. But now like even my maps won't load on this anymore. So, and this is like the world map too. So I haven't deleted anything from it or anything like that. Let's see. I'm trying to find. Here we go. This is what I wanted. Children of the Ruiner. All right, I need to take screenshots of this. Actually, I'm also gonna just copy and paste it. Honestly, we're gonna grab all this. Control C. Actually, we're gonna go all the way up. All the way. Children of the Ruiner. Hit save. The lore. Yeah, we worked on that in on stream. A bunch of folks got together with me, and we basically named, like, we made a ton of Moorling clans, herds. It was really dope. We even came up with titles for the Moorlings. So like Morlings have like their own hierarchy, their own structure, which is super dope. Yeah.
It is very dope.
Excellent. It saved it all, baby. Okay. Need to find where I put the icons at though. And then we'll go over the lore that we made, so that way people are refreshed. It has been a hot minute since we've like sort of worked within the confines of it, so we'll get a refresher and we'll start building some stuff.
Neat.
Ew, okay. Find supposed to be taller. Yeah, okay. All right. We have the Morling hierarchy and structure. The greatest of the Morlings is known as a corpse king. A corpse king, if I remember correctly, is like the herald of the end times. A corpse king has only ever been seen once in history, and it is basically the greatest slaughter lord amongst them all and has united every single herd for the sole purpose of bringing ruin. There's only ever been one, and it took a considerable amount of effort, like almost losing, to kill the corpse king. So we have Slaughter Lords, which is a name I reference all the time. Among the most powerful Morlings who lead butchers of their kins, possessing numerous herdstones within a region. These are chosen of Morin who are among the strongest, possessing weird and unique blessings from their twisted goddess. These leaders have Gordukes and barons in service to them, who lead their respective tribes in the Slaughter Lord's name. When the butcher is summoned, all under their control answer, regardless of place or distance in the world. A Gorduke. Mind you, this is separated between martial and magical. So Gorduke is another physical or martial leader. A leader of a warring herd that has led successful raids and controls territory around their erected herdstone. It isn't uncommon for Gordukes to bestow power to barons under their control to continue warring and expanding their territory. These figures seek to become slaughter lords through being chosen by Morin or successfully defeating other Gordukes in ritualistic combat. Barons. A leader of a single tribe, often originating from within that tribe, having proved themselves through feats of strength or the defeat of the previous baron to become the new one. These are often untested Morlings, meaning they have not erected a herdstone or have not yet led successful raids. So Baron is the lowest ranking of the leaders. They're basically like a chieftain who just got into the seat of power. They don't have a herdstone yet. They often get grabbed up or snatched by Gordukes and slaughter lords when war starts happening. And they're often tasked with leading raids. Now for the magical. Doom Heralds. Some of the most dangerous Morlings who wield not steel, but the current, capable of channeling it into terrible destructive magics. These individuals act as the guiding hand of Morin to slaughter lords, leading them to places of power and sites of importance to be taken by the Ruiner. These Morlings are chosen by Morin, just like the lords who embody her wrathful virtue. So Doom Heralds are chosen specifically by Morin. These are some of the most powerful individuals within a herd. They act as like spiritual advisors to the slaughter lords. Slaughter lords get a lot of a lot of the publicity, so to speak. When people think of Morlings, they think of Slaughter Lords. What they don't think of is Doom Heralds. Doom Heralds are insidious. They are plotters, schemers. They are more than happy to bide their time and wait in the shadows while the Slaughter Lord gets all the glory. Because ultimately, the Doom Herald wants to further Mordin's goals. They do not care about, the glory of the kill or any of that shit. What they want is to make Mordin happy. Is that what's Harbingers, a powerful evoker of Mordin's will and capable of manipulating the current. These Harbingers act as guides and advisors to Gordukes, ensuring that they stay the path of Mordin's wishes. They are responsible for blessing the Herdstone and ensuring that the Ruiner stays pleased with ritualistic sacrifices and offerings to appease her. The hell? Wait a minute. Where did my map go?
Uh-oh.
What the fuck?
Uh-oh.
Where did my map go?
That's no bueno.
Huh?
That's new.
What the fuck? Oh, it's just straight up gone.
How have you managed that?
All of my maps are gone.
Huh?
Oh, wait a minute. What do you mean they're gone? Did that happen while you were in the menus?
Yes, while I was reading, I watched the map vanish. Okay, all right, let me check the
That's
folders,
new.
make sure the maps are still there. Okay, we're gonna update. I don't want to make something and then it fucking...
Do you have at least 4 gigabytes free on your drive that you have Foundry installed on? I think one of my players had this before.
Yes.
Yeah. Just throwing out the easy ones first.
Unless I put it back in my C drive. It should be in my E drive. But if it put itself back in my C drive, hold on. What a fucking ball ache.
Yeah, the only time I've seen this happen is with players, and it's usually a memory issue. But I've never seen it happen. I assume you're on the application.
Yeah, I'm in the app.
I've never seen it happen on the app before. It could be a module. I'm hearing people talk about a module called roof and overhead tiles. Don't know if you've got that one.
I don't think I do.
I don't think either.
No, I don't. Try it again. What's today's date?
It's the 13th of April.
12 in the States.
Whatever.
Tab
Whatever.
loads.
Whatever. Whatever.
Whatever.
You open up. Where are you at? Oh, you're in my E drive. Okay. What the fuck? Map.
I'm Googling too. If you press F12 to look at the, I mean, that's usually with, I don't know if that works in the app. Can you press F12 to get a log? You got errors on there?
Hit 4 little error. You are now accessing global random blah 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 blah. You are now accessing global.
I don't have that on mine.
Oh, minimal UI. Oh, is it minimal UI that's fucking me over? Oh. Playing D&D tomorrow? No. I'm afraid not, good sir. I can't do anything if I can't see the map. Modules and boundary preload sync.
It might be worth changing the directory location of the map and changing it back again.
I'm gonna upload
If-
a map and see if that even.
Yeah, that's a good way of doing it too.
Must be a positive number high. What the fuck does that even mean? Huh? Validation error. Width must be in positive number. What the fuck? Width must be positive number height. Boundary. Okay, so I think we're running into a bit of a conundrum here, and it's that it's located in my E drive, but for some reason, it's trying to load the images from my C drive. And my C drive is full, so I need to purge my C drive real quick.
There you go.
Give me a second as I fucking grip together.
You only need 4 gigs.
Why don't I just burn it all? How about I
Don't do it. Don't do it, boss.
the fuck can I? Awesome. I love networking. I love fixing my problems. I have on stream.
It adds character.
Oh, add or remove programs. Oh, I know what it is. I know what I can get rid of. I'm gonna start deleting some of my old recorded videos. I already uploaded them. to save that because that's. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's. Apologies, chat. I love it. Did a ton of stuff. Why isn't it speed up the space? Burn the tech, or it's so easy. Get rid of that. I don't know why the fuck you were on my C drive anyway. I haven't played this in like. That should have. Not. That makes no sense. I am incredibly confused. I deleted stuff in my C drive and it freed up space in my E drive, which makes no sense.
That's a skill, I think.
I don't want it. I don't want that skill.
You want to retrain it? Okay.
Huh.
Oh no, I stare over at the couch. It's a law hunter. Run!
They've been here for a while.
I'm in danger.
What? No. No.
Don't owls eat rodents?
Yes, but I don't know if they eat capybaras. Maybe?
pretty
I
big.
don't fucking know.
Pretty
Yeah,
big.
like. Now, if Zebus was here, on the other hand.
Oh, Zib's in danger. Danger. Nighttime ambush danger.
Gonna can just reference them. I need them. And I won't need them.
And I retrain my life skills into streaming skills. Believe in yourself, Krim, and anything is possible.
Streaming skills? Yeah, man. Gotta talk to people.
Yeah. Do it.
I mean, aren't life skills inherently streaming skills?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying.
Question
Like,
mark? Yeah,
Yeah.
so
just talking. What are these? Ugliest scene.
That's 4 gigs worth of maps, dog.
I have way more.
Damn.
Way more.
That's a lot of PNGs.
It is a lot of PNGs. I need to convert them to like WebPs and shit like that, but I haven't.
For file size. For sure. Plus, if I remember correctly, I think on Foundry, if you have PNGs, it affects the loading times more than WebPs, which is why Paizo puts all of their stuff in WebP for their modules and things like that. I'm just throwing out information, trying to learn something while we're going through this.
I hear judging me loudly.
I'm not judging. I'm just throwing out suggestions is all.
Sort of all of these. I can just. Okay. Yeah, these ones. These are good. But I can just. How about now? You done being a cunt now? 7 free gigabytes.
Yeah. Let that be light.
Piece of shit.
Told you, memory issue.
That means I need to go through and actually thoroughly purge it all tonight. Honestly, what maps out of? Do I need anything here immediately? No, I'm deleting the whole folder. That's an extra 3 gigabytes of space. Yeah, we're just gonna do it. The fuck do you mean it's being used? The hell no, it ain't. Oh yeah, it's being used elsewhere. Watch this. Open and com surrogate. What the fuck is com surrogate? Lying. Doesn't open anywhere. Yeah, but I close com surrogate then, you cocksucker. Be open in anything. I don't even see com surrogate. What the hell? Oh, here it is. Right, you. Yeah, the map folder was bigger than my music folder. In terms of size.
Damn. The grind is the grind is the grind. God damn.
We're gonna delete some backups from 3 years ago.
Oh. Yeah, that might help. Just a smidge.
Okay. All right. All right. Okay. All right. I'll work on that more after stream. Obnoxious. Shepherds. How big was the map folder? The map folder was at least 10 gigs. But it had every map. It had my maps from when I was using Dungeon Painter Studio. All the way up until a recent map from Incarnate. So, a lot. I also need to purge my downloads. I haven't done that in a while. Okay. Shepherds. The spiritual leader of a tribe alongside a baron, who blesses their fellow Morlings before battle and invokes terrible curses upon their foes. These figures begin the building of herdstones by gathering powerful magical items and relics to serve as the foundation. A shepherd will have a half dozen lesser shamans in their service to carry their teachings into battle. When you say a while, how long are we talking? Are you talking about the maps? If you're talking about the maps, it's been since 2016. But I can just get all those maps again, so. Okay. And then we have some other ranks. A blood letter. These are the chosen of powerful leaders, such as slaughter lords and gore dukes, acting on behalf when interacting with other tribes and herds. They embody the will of their lord or duke, controlling lesser Morlings. So a slaughter lord will send a blood letter and a sort of, what was it called? Yeah, we'll send like a blood letter and like a dozen Morlings to go and interface or interact with another herd to basically like, talk terms or anything like that. And the blood letter acts on behalf of their slaughter lord. A marauder. Powerful specialized Morlings who encompass aspects of a tribe or herd, such as wielding powerful weapons or magics that others would fail to use properly. These are often larger units who have the respect of their respective lord, who treat them better than Gnarlkin and wretches. So Marauders are our special units. These are like the Dreadfires. These are the dudes who wield cannons. These are the guys who wield flamethrowers. These are the guys who can like split the earth with their magic. There's something a normal shaman couldn't do. This is what Marauders become. So this is our catch-all term for our special units. So a Margul, for example, which is a massive mutated Morling that like eats mages, is a Marauder. Gnarlkin. Proven warriors and soldiers of a tribe or herd. These are Morlings who have tasted the steel of their enemies and have survived. Not nearly as numerous as wretches, but these seasoned troops are often the first into the fray without question, eager for glory. So the bulk of a Morling herd is made up of Gnarlkin. Is made up of wretches mostly, but Gnarlkin make up the bulk of the warrior caste. So these are veterans. These are Morlings who have seen battle and have survived, which is usually a big thing for Morlings. That means they were victorious and came back. Right? So that not only did they go and achieve their goal, they also, killed somebody or, fought something and won. Wretch. The lowest of the low. These poor creatures make up a majority of the Morlings' numbers, fodders for the field of battle and to further the goals of their respective lords. They're mostly animalistic and cowardly, but respond well to strength and in the presence of a lord become much harder to rout. What's up, Bite? So, wretches. Wretches make up the majority of the Morling caste. These are our everyday guys. These are the lowly footmen who get tasked with fighting Tarosi road wardens and shit like that. Like, wretches are the dudes who get cut down in the dozens. But if they survive, they prove themselves, they become a Gnarlkin. The Team Rocket grunts? Yeah. We have specialized terms for what large groups of Morlings are referred to as. We have a massacre. A massacre of Morlings. The largest gathering of Morlings is referred to as a massacre, often comprised of dozens of different tribes unified under one purpose: destruction. These often have several slaughter lords leading different fronts. Such gatherings are considered either a myth or haven't happened in so long, namely because of infighting and poor leadership. So, really, the only time a massacre will ever happen is if there's a corpse king. A corpse king will lead their massacre upon the world. What's more likely is a butcher. Butcher is much like a herd when several or more tribes come together, but this group is distinctly led by a slaughter lord. These tribes have already established a herdstone and are expanding their territory through conflict on behalf of the lord they serve. What are Morlings in D&D terms? Are they goblins? No, goblins are goblins. In D&D terms, I don't think there's anything I can relate them to in D&D terms. Maybe gnolls. I've used gnolls as a basis for them once, but these guys are their own thing. Their own culture, all that own stuff. They vary in power level. So some are, as weak as D&D goblins, some are stronger. You have Morlings that are high CR, challenge rating. A herd. A herd is when several or more tribes come together, but are not led by a slaughter lord. Instead, perhaps a chieftain or several chieftains with the intent of making a herdstone and expanding their territory. These often become a butcher of Morlings. Gauntlet. A highly militant and well-equipped band Morlings, but seem to be useless without a lord to command them. Normally only found as guardians of areas already claimed by slaughter lords such as toppled forts or conquered towns. So what'll happen is a slaughter lord will take over a place. will raise a town. And they will leave behind a gauntlet to basically control the territory while they're gone. Oversee, protect, basically keep it safe for them to come back and, take, or fully raise or what have you, while they're out conquering. Fist is when a group of Morlings, roughly around 100, are led by an outside chaotic force that is not a chieftain or a slaughter lord. However, there have been instances of a Morling chieftain not belonging to any tribe taking control of others, which is made a fist. Things such as Dark Friends or Void Wraiths are namely the ones keeping these beasts in line via magic or through manipulation. So a fist is what happens when an outside force, something like a Dark Friend, comes in and rouses Morlings to their side. Because again, Morlings and Wretches specifically respond very well to strength. And they believe that might makes right. So if you come in and prove yourself by beating the shit out of the strongest of the Wretches or what have you, the rest of the Wretches will kowtow to your will. They will bend to whatever your whims are. So a lot of evil creatures have basically come in and beat the shit out of a band of Wretches and have made themselves a fist of Morlings. What are we talking about? We are talking about my my homebrew species called the Morlings. They are the most common bad guys in my setting. What is a Dark Friend? A Dark Friend is an entity or a person who serves the will of chaos. So in my setting, it's order versus chaos. Good versus evil. Dark Friends are usually people from the side of order who are siding with chaos. They are trying to get chaos in power. And the way they do that is often through subversion, but there are powerful Dark Friends that do it through physical might. A Dark Friend could be your next door neighbor, could be the person you go to church with, could be your best friend. And the way that they get you, the way that they sway you to the side of chaos is slowly, usually through subversion. They pick at you slowly. They see the things that you want. They know the things that you need, and they offer them to you. Hey, I know winter's been tough this year, but don't worry, man. Here's a thing of lamb. No, you don't have to pay me, man. Don't worry about that. I just need a favor. Just a favor. Hey, I know it's been a couple months. You remember that favor that I asked for last winter? Would you be willing to do that for me today? I just need you to hand this little statue. Hand it to the priest in the church. Could you do that for me? Well, I would go myself, but I gotta help the missus. You know how it goes. Hey, you remember that little statue you gave the priest? Would you be willing to do me another favor? I promise I'll owe you one. Could you take this candle and just put it with the other candles that are there in the church? I forgot to give it back, you see. I would come with you, but, the missus is ill. And slowly but surely, the Dark Friend has you do their bidding, working you over until eventually they pull the rug out from underneath. You've helped them summon some terrible evil in the church, rouse the spirits to rise up against the people, at communion. They're your best friend, waiting for you to let your guard down. That does sound sus, yes. But in this setting, people trust the words of others, right? In my setting, people are very tight-knit, especially in Tyros, which is where a lot of my games are currently happening. There's a big emphasis put on, order versus chaos. A big emphasis put on like man versus nature. So, when your fellow man is asking you to help him out, be a friendly neighbor, often, 9 times out of 10, you do it. How common are witch hunt for dark friends? Very common. In our game, Shadows of Thorlin, the party went to a fishing hamlet by the name of Durant's Spear. They, while there, uncovered a plot that a dark friend had been conducting. Carlisle Delwyn was his name. And Carlisle was using the local fishermen to raid a sea witch's lair to plunder her artifacts so he could use it to basically sow chaos. His plan was twofold. He needed the artifact from the sea witch, so that way he could take control of the sea monsters in the region. He then was going to use a machine of Archotech, which is something specific to my setting. It's ancient tech. It's been around for millennia, eons type shit. It's more advanced than we could ever know. It's basically lasted through the ages. He was going to use a thing of Archotech to summon a hurricane to basically wipe the town off the map. And then basically use that destruction and bring in the sea creatures to create like mass chaos. It was going to force everybody into Eliond. He was going to bring the sea monsters further inland and basically start like ravaging the land under the guise of like this monstrous entity known as the Storm Galleon. So his whole plan was basically death and destruction. And he was very close. He was very close to seeing it done because the fishermen had actually managed to retrieve the sea witch's basically focus. However, when the party showed up, they not only defeated the creatures that had stopped the fishermen from getting to shore, but also found the focus. And in doing so, made a deal with Shantea, the sea witch. They then uncover the plot because one of the players is a talent, which is a 5th edition homebrew class made by MCDM, and could read objects. He could see through an object, and he saw Carlisle speaking to the fisherman and uncovered the plot that Carlisle knew that our new wayfarers to town had the orb. They had made the deal with Shantea. So he tasked the 2 fishermen with killing the players in their sleep. With that evidence, he was basically routed from the town. They found him trying to summon the hurricane because he knew his plan was bust, so he needed to at least do something. There was a big duel, a big battle at the Archotech machine, the Storm Summoner. They capture him, defeat him, bring him to justice. They bring him back to town. The town summons the Royal Arbiters, and the Arbiters are the Inquisition, basically. The Arbiters show up. They bring a headsman because Dark Friends do not get redemption in this setting. If you are found to be a Dark Friend, they are going to bleed you for all of the information you have, potential other Dark Friends you may know, locations of hideouts, stuff like that, and then they're going to kill you. So Carlisle met with the Arbiters, met with a Royal Headsman. They also met with a speaker, and a speaker took all that information out of them. And then they executed him the next day. It was a big ceremonial execution. The whole town gathered to watch it happen. And so that's basically what happens to Dark Friends if you're found. And that's if the town is willing to let you wait. Because Dark friends are conniving. They often have powers. So sometimes a town will just take justice into their own hands. If you're found to be a dark friend, they'll just hang you. Or, you know, whatever their form of execution is in the town. And it's not uncommon for the party to, or like the town to basically just suspect people of being dark friends. Yeah, that was my favorite moment. Carlisle has, I won't spoil too much, but there is a moment when Carlisle dies. I've already spoiled a ton, but I won't spoil the connection. When he looks at one of the PCs, mere moments before the executioner's sword falls on his neck, where he goes, "Goodbye, Oliver," and whoosh. It was great. Easily one of my favorite moments.
Emotional terrorism at its
Correct.
finest.
Correct. I freaking love Carlisle. Carlisle was great. Carlisle Delwyn, the Chaos Mage, was a very fun fight. He had a bunch of really weird and quirky ability. He had an ability where he could reverse the rain. So he basically cast a spell and the rain started like flowing in reverse. And when it did, it created difficult terrain for the whole map. It was really fun. He had a lot of really funny and weird abilities. I liked him a lot. Yes. Oh, Bite My Facts, thank you very much for a new sub. Welcome to the community, brother. What was I gonna say? Yes. So SOT, Shadows of Thorlin, is the playlist. It's about 25 episodes right now. It's currently, we reached a stopping point. I'll let you know. Excuse me. We reached the stopping point. Because we wanted to try out Pathfinder. So big disclaimer. The game originally is in a heavily modified and homebrewed Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. We have a stress system, we have status effects, we have our own camping system, we have our own spell system, all of that stuff. So that game will resemble bits and pieces of 5th edition, but just understand it's a lot of homebrew. A lot of homebrew. We took a break. We took a pause to try out Pathfinder 2nd edition. We played through the beginner box, which is known as Chaos and Kalodor. It's 7 episodes. If you are expecting 5th edition from me, I will let you know that after running the beginner box or Pathfinder, as well as my mounting frustrations with the 5th edition module in Foundry, I am a Pathfinder 2nd edition game master now. All of my games going forward will be in Pathfinder, which is why we're doing Pathbrewing. The lore hasn't changed much, but the system has. So if you are expecting 5th edition, I am sorry. I do apologize. But I am a Pathfinder person now.
Did you see that video I uploaded today?
Good job, though.
There was a Geek and Sundry upload yesterday of a little short adventure, charity stream sort of thing. Matthew Mercer, a couple of other big names, all playing Pathfinder 2nd edition.
He's gone back to his roots. He's gone back to his roots.
I saw it and I was like, it's all coming together. On the bright side, for anybody who's wondering, if you know D&D 5e, you know 80% of Pathfinder. The last 20% is just words that you gotta remember the names of.
Yeah, once you get in, you're immediately going to recognize the trappings and be like, oh, okay, I understand this. And then it's just going to have to learn like what off guard means, what sickened means, what dazzled means, shit like that. And once you do, boom, you immediately understand the whole game. That's exactly what happened with my players. And what's great is that a lot of the things that we had from 5th edition, I'm already bringing over. So we already made a stress system for Pathfinder, which I think is a better version of the stress system. Where'd I put it? Here it is. So we already have our new stress system. It has a bunch of really dope effects. Yeah, when Momo, oh my god, when Momo was talking about how excited she was to play Pathfinder, I knew I'd won. Like, it was over. Like, once she was locked in and she's like, I love Pathfinder. I love how many options I have. I went, I don't need to do anything anymore. I'm Gucci. She was the one person I was worried about having to struggle to convert, and she converted herself. It was great.
Easy.
We've also made better consumables. We've made status effects, all that stuff. Next is going to be items and monsters, right? Which is what we're working on today. So like we have, all of our combat items, which are familiar from folks who've watched our other games. Oh, yes. Let's go over the tribes, because the tribes did come from chat. Chat came up with a good deal. Oh, I only made 2 of these. The rest were made by the players. Or made by the players. By chat. So we have some Morling tribes. We have the Blood Axe tribe, which is led by Dargarok the Blood Lord. He is a Slaughter Lord. He's a warrior. The Sun Eater tribe, which is led by Goran the Sun Shadow. He is also a Slaughter Lord, but he is a shaman. Sorry, he would be a Doom Herald. We have the Iron Herd, which is led by Morrigan the Marshal. She's a Slaughter Lord warrior, comprised of a gauntlet led by a Slaughter Lord who models herself after a Tarosi knight. So she and her herd are basically, they look like atypical Tarosi knights. So she's clad in plate mail. She has like a full helm, all that stuff. And her herd looks like men at arms. We have the Ravening Maws, led by Zerkok the Seeker. They are a chieftain, a shaman, a twisted tribe ruled by a shaman seeking to perfect the spawning of a twin-headed slaughter lord. So this is, the Ravening Maws is all about like chimeric morlings, so a lot of really fucked up creatures. The Crimson Flayers, led by Martok the Lacerator, a cannibalistic tribe of morlings that consume other tribes and mortals. So, Martok being a bit of a freak. We have the Jagged Reapers, led by Vargas the Unbroken, a tribe that utilizes rusted and poisonous weapons to kill their foes. So the Jagged Reapers are all about, if any of you, so first off, big disclaimer, huge disclaimer. If anybody at all is tapping their chin and going, wait a minute, herds, fists, morlings, this all sounds a little familiar. DM, are you perhaps a fan of the Wheel of Time series? And you would see me nodding my head along. Yes, congratulations. These are Trollocs. These are Trollocs that I have made in my own image. So you will recognize a lot of things when you start seeing my homebrew. You'll start seeing a lot of I wear my inspiration very plainly on my sleeve. So if you read books, you play video games, you're gonna see it. You're gonna see it right then and there. So one thing that Trollocs do, and they're notorious for doing, is they soil their weapons. They are bastards. They'll smear their weapons in shit, piss on them, what have you, right? Jagged Reapers do the exact same thing. They are all about blight, inflicting diseases, poisons, all that stuff. The Blackheart tribe, led by Maleth the Everdark, responsible for manipulating dark friends to aid and advance her tribe's agenda. So the Maleth the Everdark is a bit of a man-eater. I wink at the camera. She's all about manipulating men. The Torchclaw tribe, led by Ashanda the Flagrant, a pyromaniac-centered tribe that emphasizes the use of fire and spreading it during combat. Oh, how vile can I join? So the Torchclaws are where you would see the flamethrowers. So in my setting, Chaos specifically is responsible for a lot of siege weaponry. So Tyros, it's, the rise up son of man, right? Elves, humans, dwarves united together to face the greater foe, which is Chaos. Chaos has to get past the defenses of man. Man has looming walls, impenetrable, gates, massive sprawling cities outfitted with men-at-arms. Sieges generally do not happen between lords, between the people of the land. So a Dracus, which is the leader of a county, will usually never go to war with another Dracus from a different county. Yaldermen and Castellans and the like do not go to war with other Yaldermen and Castellans. Instead, what often happens is that it is Chaos that sieges and lays siege to the cities of man. So man builds itself defensively, Chaos builds itself offensively. So Chaos is where you're going to find your siege towers, your catapults, your trebuchets, your cannons. Chaos is industrious. It is making progress to destroy and level the great cities of man, to bring them to heel. So you might see things like X-bows and shit like that, like massive ballistas on the walls of man's city. But the reason they have those is to defend against dragons. It is not offensive, it is a defensive weapon. So man doesn't really have catapults. Man doesn't really have trebuchets. What they have is magic in abundance. So instead of 4 trebuchets, they have a wizard. And the wizard is out there going, the fireball! And they, explode a herd of Morlings. The Screechers, led by Marik the Lunatic, a tribe focused on mental destruction of their foes through maddening whispers and frantic howling. So the Screechers are really big on stress. Really, really big on stress. They are all about driving you literally insane while you're fighting them. The Giant Small Tribe, led by Othraka the Giant's Bane, a tribe that hunts giantkin to consume their blood in the hopes of becoming giants themselves. They eagerly hunt particular types of giantkin, namely fire giant. So the Giant Small are really big in the Etten War. They hunt giantkin. My setting had, at one point, a giant king, a Jotun king, who was responsible for conquering a huge swath of the land. And it was only recently that he was defeated by his own children, the half-giants. But there is still the Giant Small tribe out there that are hunting giants. I'm gonna go watch Shadows of Thorlin. All right, Duck. Enjoy, brother. It's a lot. It's like 6-hour sessions each. Let's see. What is that? What is that in period? About 150 hours worth of content. So I hope you enjoy. We have the Bloodhowl tribe, led by Korgath the Hunter, a tribe that specializes in big game hunting and searching for the next big hunt. They utilize traps to snare their foes. So, unlike most Morlings, the Bloodhowl just want to hunt. They want to hunt anything. Think of them like the Predators from Alien vs. Predator. These guys are all about like sportsmanship, hunting, all that stuff. They want to go fight the fucking T-Rex. They don't really care about the man-at-arms in a village. They don't really care about a town. They want to kill the biggest thing that they can. However, if you're a really powerful warrior, you're on that list. The Steel Bones, I think this one was still being worked on. It's led by Warwick Steel Spine. I believe, if I remember correctly, the Steel Bones and Warwick in particular are all about metal grafting. So they are all about replacing their body parts with metallic prosthetics. So augmenting themselves to be better in combat. The Scripted Ruiners, led by Vargost the Ruiner, a tribe that's main goal is to destroy all written text and recorded knowledge to plunge the world into chaos. So Vargost and the Scripted Ruiners want to find every library that exists, every cathedral, every chapel, every abbey, and they want to burn all written knowledge. They want to commit the great burning of the Library of Alexandria. That's what they want.
Bastards.
The Cinder Lashers, led by Zorn the Barbed, a tribe that uses bones of dragons, shaping them into cruel whips to torture and break the spirits of their foes. So, the Cinder Lashers will often find the remains of dragons or kill dragons and use their bones as torture devices to basically break the spirits of those that they capture, making them easier to either transform or to sacrifice. The Lifeless Eye, led by Zarvin the Husk, a tribe that specializes in necromancy and the art of bringing back dead Morlings. Their tribe consists of numerous fallen warriors from other tribes. So, the Lifeless Eye, Zarvin in particular, is a loathed and hated individual. Specifically amongst Morlings. Morlings hate undead. They hate undead. Zarvin loves undead. He cannot wait for you to die in battle. And it's not uncommon for Zarvin and the Lifeless Eye to wait on the outskirts of a conflict and run in after the battle's over and start gathering the dead. Everybody hates this motherfucker. The Gluttonous Shadows, led by Arthrax the Blinder. The tribe furthers the goals of their chieftain by hunting down entities who invoke divination magic, such as oracles, so that Arthrax may consume their eyes so that he alone may see the future. So, oracles are pretty important people in my setting. Oracles are people who can divine the future, see into the past, present, what have you. That tribe in particular hunts down oracles, people who use divination magic, to wrench free their eyes, leave them blind, to bring it back to their lord so that he may eat them and gain further omniscience. You're not... Zarvin would use you as a tool of war. The moment you got uppity, Leo, is the moment you cease to be a thing. Some fucking undead with ideas of grandeur. I'll be the next slaughter lord. Like hell you will. Even Zarvin's a fucking morling. Now here's the big task. What if Leo was his baby girl? His Discord kitten? Nice. Great. Let's see what the Knolls get.
The Colo.
Oh, that's right, they're called the Colo. I was like, damn, only one Knoll?
That's the old guard.
Alright, we'll import that guy. We'll import the Bone Keeper, the Sergeant, the Pragmatist. What a lad. I can view them teaming up. Yes, that's they love teaming up. In fact, that's how you get herds. Okay. The Colo Hunter is a medium humanoid, level 2, AC of 18, 29 hit points, initiative 7. No immunities, no weakness, no resistances. 8 fortitude, 7 reflex, 7 will, 25 movement speed. Okay, so they're as fast as people, they're not faster. Society DC, applicable lore. 4 strength, 3 dex, 2 con, -1 int, 1 wisdom, 10 or 0 charisma. 7 perception, dark vision. Okay. They only know common. They don't have their own language. That doesn't seem right.
Colo is a language.
Ah.
For some reason, that one doesn't have it.
Interesting. Okay. I was about to say, I could have sworn that they had their own language.
Yeah, there's a couple of stat blocks missing languages for some reason. Not sure why. Sakvaroth have the same problem. Well, not Sakvaroth. The Zul'Garth.
Oh, these guys are interesting. Okay, so they have acrobatics, which means they're going to be tumble through lads. They want to tumble through you.
Mm-hmm.
They have athletics, which means they're going to grapple the shit out of you. Shove you, push you around. Intimidation, probably for demoralize, right?
Yeah.
They have stealth
Or coerce.
to sneak and survival to track. My. You guys are fucking, they're loaded. Battle axe, jaws. Okay, so they do have a bite attack. That's good. There's 1d8 plus 2, and it's agile. And they have a short bow. Oh, okay. I see the vision. They want to swing at you with their battle axe once for the plus 10, dealing 1d8 plus 4. And then after that, they're just going to bite the shit out of you.
Yeah. If they do a second attack, it'll always be with their jaws.
I could see the first action being to demoralize you. Is demoralize an attack action?
Mm-mm.
Oh, perfect. I can see the first action being to demoralize you. Then swing on you with the axe and then bite you.
That is if you start within melee range, though.
If you start within... Oh, true. Yeah, because then you have to stride. What a
Plus, they're good at
sweep do.
athletics. Sweep is if you make adjacent attacks, you get a bonus.
Hmm.
It's
Oh,
kind of
okay.
like agile, but worse. It's like a weaker version.
Like worse. I just imagine a fancy Morling like, "Pardon me, good sir, may I have your leg?" And the other Morling is like, "Adabadakaba." Correct. There are so here's the thing. Morlings, for a very long time, did not speak common. That was something that was like a rumor. It was meant to incite fear. The idea that Morlings could understand communications between men, and it was mostly ignored. It was mostly written off as hearsay. Morlings can't talk. They're beasts. They're animals. In SOT, the party's first interaction with a Morling after two of the characters just finished a war campaign against a herd of Morlings who didn't talk. The first Morling they find after a year talks. And it talks well. It speaks to the party. It introduces itself as Ripjaw. It tells them that he is a bloodletter on behalf of a slaughter lord, and that he was ambushed by goblins, by Rendavi. Like, he knows the terms. And that immediately sets this sort of worry in the back of the party's mind, because two of them just got done fighting Morlings. The Morlings can't talk, but now Morlings are talking. They find a letter later on written from a slaughter lord in perfect common. And he speaks better than they do. So now the party is realizing, oh shit, Morlings do talk. Oh fuck, Morlings are smart. And worse yet, Morlings are gathering. So, when we go back to SOT, which we will, there is the threat or the idea that there is a slaughter lord in the region. And he's making moves. They also have a short bow. A lot to juggle, Mr. Wait, a battle axe is one-handed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Still a lot to juggle. It's one action to stow and change your weapon, right?
It's an interact action.
Okay. I don't remember. Did you tell me? I can't remember if it was you or if it was a YouTube video. Did you tell me that I was giving you too much uses of a reactive strike?
No. I did say about it broken on attacks, though.
It's only meant to be manipulate actions, right?
Anything with the manipulate trait, ranged attacks, or move actions.
I don't think most attacks have the manipulate trait.
Almost none of them, I would imagine. I can't think
I
of
was
any
giving
examples.
I was giving her too many attacks about.
Yeah, a little bit. It was very, very cool, though.
I thought it was for everything. I was like, damn, fighter's fucking nasty.
It is for nearly everything. Attacks are just about the only things you can do. Assuming it's melee and not ranged. If it's ranged, you get to hit them.
I'm gonna open my little pack of Skittles that I have real quick.
Tal brings up a very good point here. Interact actions do provoke as they have the manipulate trait. Yeah, there's a bunch of actions that have manipulate that you might not think of at the time. But yeah, manipulate's a very, very, very common trait. You know, it's kind of funny. I've been homebrewing a wretch while we've been chatting.
Oh, yeah?
And I've come up with like an idea for Bloodied Bite and an idea for something I call herd tactics based on the description you gave earlier. But you brought up the Colo, and I've realized that I've nearly copied the Colo exactly. And I'm wondering why on earth you would use my mauling over the Colo.
Because. Well,
Shmau. Yeah, mine's lower level though.
that's
A
fine.
bit weaker.
The Morlings have a wide range. Wretches are literally the weakest. They're in 5th edition,
Bottom
they're
of the
my
barrel.
minions. They have like 1 hit point. That allows me to like populate the battlefield and basically take up a bunch of actions. That's their whole purpose.
Mm.
Well, I'm currently looking at the GM core. I'm trying to find a little tab on.
Yeah, looking for page, I think 115, 114.
Ah, very good. Have some Skittles? Sure. They're the wild berry type. That means they're the purple one. The Morling Wretch. NPC. A Morling Wretch. Give a random wretch the wrestler dedication for the sole purpose of soaking up even more action. Hell yeah.
That is a terrible idea.
Grapples you. Oh, good. I already gave it a trait. I'm very clever. All right. Humanoid. We want these guys to be level -2. Wait a minute. I thought level. The hell? I'm pretty sure that there was like a minus level 2 monster.
It goes -1, 0, 1, 2, 3.
All right. Well, we're going to keep it -1 then. The weakest of the weak.
Now, it might be a shout here, but you might want to use wretches later. And this is something I was thinking about when I was making my version. If you want wretches to be used between like levels 1 to 3, having it at -1's pretty good because you can still use it when they're level 3. But after level 3, you're never going to see these things again. If you put them at level 1, it means that you can put the weak adjustment on them, and then you can still use them like these ones.
Oh.
And they last longer, basically. They'll go for more levels. I'm about to throw you the theory Jasons that I made. If they spark any inspo.
Excellent. Please do. May I ask what may be a good recommendation to use for online TTRPG map building games? Myself, learning of TTRPGs is rather slow due to personal reasons, but I'm almost close enough to maybe host a game for friends or family. Good recommendation to use for online TTRPGs. Okay. If you're looking for a map builder, there are several options. The one that I would recommend through personal experience is Incarnate. Incarnate is what I use for all of my maps. Cities, towns, dungeons, what have you. It is a subscription-based service. It is $25 for a whole year. That gives you access to all of the dungeon styles, all of the map styles, watercolor, battle maps, all that stuff. You can also join the Discord, poke around, see everybody's maps on there, and if nothing else, you can use Incarnate's Explore feature to find maps that you want to use download them and use them for your game. Because people just put their maps up there. 2. Dungeon Draft. Dungeon Draft is a program that you buy, one-time purchase, I don't remember how much, but you can access it anytime. There's also a third-party company called Forgotten Adventures that has thousands upon thousands of assets specifically made for Dungeon Draft. The Dungeon Draft has a rather cartoonish style starting out, but Forgotten Adventurers gives you a very gritty and more down-to-earth style for the maps, which I highly suggest. It is very good looking, and you get access to their entire catalog for $3 fucking dollars. Thousands of tokens, pre-built maps, assets, all that shit for like $3 fucking bucks. It's crazy. If you're gonna go with anything, Incarnate is perhaps too tedious. You don't feel like you have enough time to make maps. Forgotten Adventurers has maps you can use, and they look very good. The other one that I would recommend would be something like the other map programs that are out there. Things like Dungeon Alchemist, Wonder Maps, all those things. Things where you hit a button and it pre-generates a map for you. I don't really think they're the best, but usually they're cheap. They're very easy to use. But if you're looking to get into map making, serious map making, I would recommend Incarnate, because it's everything you make is by your own hand. You learn the system, you learn layouts, you learn, when you're making a map, you learn how combat's going to flow through it because you've spaced everything on a grid, and because our game is a grid-based game, you kind of already see combat happening on the map as you're making it. And it'll take time. You're not going to come out, you're not going to be perfect in the first month or week or what have you. But if you continue to try it, if you continue to work at it, you will make very good maps with Incarnate. I have seen it. As for hosting, Roll20 is free. It's apparently been very good. A lot of people still use it. The API is understandable. You can even do the subscription if you want. I understand free is very limited, so if you are uploading maps that are relatively big, will be bottlenecked by their very small sort of drive that you can upload things into. Foundry is my recommendation. It is a little bit more advanced. It's not nearly as intuitive as Roll20. It has a shit ton of modules. It has most of the game modules that people use nowadays. Pathfinder 2nd edition, 1st edition, 4E, 5E, Lancer, all that stuff. It's community driven. Paizo does work hand in hand with the Foundry maker, or with the people who do the Foundry stuff. So their module is usually always up to date. It is $50. It is a one-time purchase of $50, and you get access to it always. You can upload, you can work on it anytime, even if you're offline, as long as you're using the application. And all you have to do with Foundry is share an invite code. There are 2 codes. There's a local code, which is people within your house will use. And then there is the IP code, which you share with people outside of your network. And that's how people from like 5 states over can join and play with you. Modules let you customize a ton of stuff, let you do a bunch of really cool stuff. Foundry's only gotten better. Their like lighting system is gorgeous. Their modules, the things that they've integrated are amazing. Like, we just got a fucking teleporter module, which means if a player like clicks on a teleporter, their token and their view gets teleported to a place. You can also teleport between maps that aren't even loaded. So a player could click on a token, on a teleporter, and get teleported to another map that's not even there. It's great. So those are my recommendations. Use them as you see fit. Let me download this JSON. Face with some blood filling its mouth. The sudden surge overtakes some morlings as they lash out. Try if you end the movement within 5 feet of a creature, you can make a jaw strike with them. Interesting. That's very kind of you, Remus. I'm happy to help, brother.
There's a pretty cool thing on there too. If you go ahead and make a jaw attack real quick, but you don't roll it, just press the strike button. I put in a little bit of automation.
Who do what now? One more time?
On the jaw strike, if you attempt to make a jaw strike,
Oh,
yeah.
interesting.
Super simple little modifier. You can just click it on, click it off.
What if I told you their bite applies bleed? Oh, it's I thought you were fucking mouthing off to me, Laura. I was like, what? What's up, handsome?
Not much, man. What's up with you?
We're making monsters right now.
Ooh. Something that you could easily do in Pathfinder.
One more time?
I said something that you can easily do in Pathfinder.
Yes, sir.
And soon, looks at camera, winks, easily to do in 5e as well. When I fix 5e, that's what I'm saying. When I make 5e better.
Correct.
Make 5e great again.
Yes, sir.
I point on my red cap. Everyone goes, what the fuck?
Oh my god.
I point at my red cap. I point at the rainbow on my cape. I'm like, yeah, now you don't know what to think, do you?
What's up? What's up,
Yeah,
idiots?
what's up? Yeah, that's right. I'm pissing everybody off today.
Allied Morling within the aura is higher level than this creature. This creature ooh, I like that. What's the aura size?
30 feet.
30. Damn, I like that.
120 feet.
Well, yeah. I mean, sometimes
600 feet.
there is a specific Morling whose whole purpose is to put down banners to incite frenzy in the other Morlings.
Frenzy.
Yeah.
Frenzy boys.
Studied by.
I look down, wondering what I'm going to do. Not playing a game for 2 weeks. What the fuck do I do?
We don't
Travel.
have. We don't have anything next week, do we?
No, I had nothing last week either. Well, next week we've got, dumpster delvers, but
You know what I mean.
other than that, yeah. Oh, yeah, dumpster delvers is nothing. Yeah, is that what you're saying? You shut up.
You know what I mean.
You fucking bitch.
So, what? Our next game is on the 23rd.
Yeah. Yeah.
What about session 0? Weren't we gonna do that on the 21st?
Are we doing that on the 21st? I got my dates mixed up.
Didn't you say the 21st?
Look, I know what I said. I don't know what I followed through with because Naomi has like a final.
Oh, you changed it. You changed it last night.
I changed it last night.
Session 0.
Yeah, 21st. Yeah. Let me know if 21st works. Oh yeah, 21st works. Yeah, we'll do 21st for. It won't be session 0. It'll be chit chat. Chitty chat.
Isn't that session 0?
No,
What do you mean?
dummy. It's not.
I'm so what's the point?
What's the point of getting everyone in a call? Vibe checks, dude. Make them see where everyone's at. See what everyone wants to do. Kind of get everyone on the same page. What do you mean? What's the point? What's the point of living? What's the point? What's the fucking point?
Huh.
Well, let's see. Ask questions when we're trying before we do character creation. It kind of, we kind of go over the vibe of the game. Make sure everyone's kind of cool with that idea and concept as we move forward with it. Just kind of see where everyone's at. Everyone's at the same page. Talk about it. It's really more of like above table conversation and sets expectations you know, and then
I smooth my hair back
Yeah.
in front of everybody. Very well.
Lets you get some fucking in, you know, and just
Let them
really.
watch.
But the recorded session 0 is going to be like we're actually going to like make the character because everyone's playing like a new class, you know.
Okay.
What's interesting to me, if I still follow through with everything, I need to see what Masei is going to be. I think Masei is going to do Scholar, but I don't think anything else has been added to that, you know. So, because if you're a disciple, she's a scholar. Naomi is a curse weaver, and then you're and Tomato's a bloodletter. Then I think everyone except Tomato is gonna have a D6.
Oh.
So unless I make Curse Weaver a D8, which I might do. I have to think about that a little bit, you know? Yeah, we'll talk about that, and we'll talk about the vibes of the games, and kind of, you know, we do it offline so that way people have a chance to, like, you know, be like, ask questions that they don't want to do in front of the audience, and then we do it in front of the audience. That I think is, yeah, that's May 5th is going to be the stream session 0. So we'll do we do offline talk on the 21st, and then the stream session 0 May 5th, and that's because on the 28th we'll be making the announcement. That seemed to work pretty well with Rhyme of the Frost Maiden, where we did like the logo reveal and the who's playing, and then the following week did a session 0, and then the following week did a session 1.
Okay.
So
I'm down for that.
But that also gives me time this week to work on like more spells and shit. Like, because right now it's like once we expand the spells a little bit more, then we will have levels 1 and 2 pretty much squared away, and then 3 and 4 I'll work on level 2 spells, and you know, essentially we're gonna get everything, all the classes kind of like built around between level 1 and 4, you know, and then spells we'll do levels 1 and 2, and then we just kind of keep going from there and see what's up and what we're doing and what we can add. And I don't know, it's kind of exciting. It's a little nerve-wracking. But it should be fine. I think it'll be fine.
Why are you nervous?
It's IO5. This is like official IO5E. This is like, you know, like we're in at that point. Since it's the playtest campaign. That's why I'm nervous. Because it's all me, you know, like new spells, new classes, all designed by me completely. Like there's nothing more. Yeah, there's more blame. I can't be like, yeah, well, Wizards didn't finish 5e, so you know. Now it's like, God, why does that suck? And it's like, oh, because I designed it that way.
I'm figuring it out.
Because I designed it that way. Oh no.
Oh.
All right, can I throw a couple points? If that's all right.
Huh?
Both of your supplements were fantastic.
Thank you.
Have confidence. I think you've got enough experience. I think.
No, man, you gotta be nervous. If I go in, this isn't me being like ooh woo. I'm just bad at what I do. Kicks rock. This is me being like recognizing the responsibility on my plate, because I feel like if I went in, chest puffed up and be like, oh yeah, it's gonna be great. You know, I have to be cautiously optimistic. You know what I mean? So that way you continue to grow as a developer. I can't go in being like, yeah, I'm fucking an efficient book. We're gonna be doing all this. People love what I do. And it's gonna be hit after hit. Let's fucking go. You know, I have to definitely keep that in mind. I do think you need a little bit of fear in you, you know, so that way you're you keep that in mind when you're building, and you're remaining cautious, so that way you put the time in. But getting the spells made it was very it was a lot of work, but I'm glad I did it, where we kind of broke down like this all the spells in 5e and broke everything down so that we now have but that's the thing is like the spells we've made, we still have to play test. We've got a foundation, but we still got to work through it. But that foundation was really important. And what I learned, not to bash 5e, is that some spells, when you like break down the numbers, just pure by the numbers, right? There are some spells in 5e that just make no fucking sense power level wise. Like there were definitely some spells I looked at and went, this doesn't seem right. This doesn't seem tuned correctly. You can kind of see where everything is assembled in a balanced creep sort of way, and then there's a couple of outliers. For example, Cause Fear, which was I think released either in Tasha's or Xanathar's. I kind of feel is an underwhelming spell, and the reason why I think it is because there is a smite that causes fear, that causes frighten. And it's a very powerful fucking smite. So you've got a spell that has a 60-foot range that goes, make a wisdom save or you'll be frightened, and then you get to like do like wisdom saving throws at the end of each round to get rid of that frightened, as any frightened ability does in 5e. And then you've got a smite, and I can't remember it off the top of my, I think it's like Wrathful Smite or something.
Yeah.
Where it's like, okay, you hit, bonus action, you do, I think they changed it to psychic damage. Like it was like 1d6 psychic damage. It might be 1d10 even. But you do the damage, and then they make the saving throw. And then they're frightened. And that, so as a bonus action, to me feels crazy, but then it doesn't stop there. It's not a concentration effect. So with Cause Fear, let me actually double check with Cause Fear. I think Cause Fear
it's concentration.
Is concentration. But the thing is, the wording with Wrathful Smite is that the concentration is no longer needed once you hit the target with the smite, because the concentration is just maintaining that smite so that you could use the bonus action. So what essentially happens is you then frighten a creature that you hit. If they failed to save, you do not have to concentrate anymore, so they're just frightened. And what's also kind of weird from a game balance standpoint is you don't make a saving throw at the end to end the frightened. You have to dedicate an action to make a wisdom save to end the frightened. So Wrathful Smite versus, here's also another, okay, yeah. So Wrathful Smite is just super broken to me compared to Cause Fear, and they're both level 1 spells. One's an action, one's a bonus action. That's essentially an on-hit ability that doesn't require concentration anymore, and you have to dedicate your action to try and end that fear. To me, like, because what's also interesting is when you break down these spells, you begin to kind of look at it, as weird as it sounds, scientifically. You're breaking down everything to its core, and you're beginning to see the cracks and going, that's not right. That can't be right. Because, on paper, you're like, oh yeah, ranged fear. That totally makes sense. But when you're looking at the numbers, a 60-foot fear is not really super impressive. Yeah, it keeps people away from you, but it doesn't really matter how far you are away, because I could go ahead and hit and then back down, or like if that person moves away from me, the fear is just completely struck upon them. But more importantly, to end the fear of Wrathful Smite, you have to spend an action to do it, while Cause Fear is just automatically done at the end of the turn. So the action economy doesn't make sense either. So it's, a bonus action for a fear where you have to waste an action to try and end it, or a ranged fear that you automatically end, or that you automatically attempt to end at the end of your round, and I have to maintain concentration to keep that fear. Those two don't add up power level wise. So I mean, these are kind of things that you're fucking seeing when you tear everything down to the part. Same thing with I think Catapult, now that I've looked at it, is a weak fucking spell. It's a short range. That's a deck save. It's a save for suck, which means it deals no damage if they successfully save. And there are better spells out there that can get the job done with far bigger ranges and more variability. You've got Chromatic Orb, which, yes, requires you to be holding a 50 gold piece diamond, but it deals the same amount of damage. It's got a farther range, and you get to pick what element that you choose with that. While Catapult is just bludgeoning, and there are so many creatures out there, especially in D&D 2024, that has resistance to bludgeoning, because there's no non-magical resistance anymore. If something's resistant to slashing, bludgeoning, and piercing, magical or non-magical, they're resistant to that damage now. So Catapult fucking sucks as a first level spell. It's just absolute trash. If they turn Catapult into like a small AoE, maybe, but it sucks. Meanwhile, Ice Knife is perfectly balanced, even though it does multiple things. Ice Knife, range attack and then a small burst afterwards. The damage wise, when you add the two effects, they add up. They are balanced with everything to go there. Guiding Bolt, I've talked about this before, is a little overpowered for first level. Between the 120 foot range, which is just insane, the 4d6 damage, which is the, I think, highest range damage a first level spell can have. And on hit, the next attack is on advantage. And it's radiant damage, which is pretty neutral. You don't see a lot of radiant resistant creatures. So like Guiding Bolt is just an insane amount of damage. If anything, I would have scaled a range down on that. I might have even gone with I like a 3d8. I probably would have stepped it down to a 3d8. I probably would have made it 60 feet personally. I'd probably do 60 feet, 3d8, and then the Guiding Bolt effect is how I would fix Guiding Bolt. But again, like 5e is also a very feely system, so like in practice, it's not really, none of these are broken spells, but when you start breaking it down mathematically, you start to see the cracks, and that's when you're just kind of like, Jesus fucking Christ. So, and it is. And then if you're looking at D&D 2024, where they changed a bunch of the numbers around, where they're like, yeah, healing's double now, inflict wounds doesn't do as much damage, and now it's con for half, and you're just like, I'm not even diving into that shit. I'm not even gonna look into that, So it's kind of all over the place. And then you got Witch Bolt, which they upped the damage, but they kept the bonus action tick. But Witch Bolt's a dumb spell because the moment you leave the range of Witch Bolt, which is small to begin with, it ends. So it's just there's things that can be adjusted that is being worked on that I'm super excited about, and now I just have to see it in practice and see how it fucking goes. But I'm ready. Yeah. But then also, hearing news of things like, 5e was never finished. You're like, cool, man. That makes things
always
even
very funny.
Working.
That makes things even more fun when you're like, okay, is it that I'm not understanding the mechanics of the system when I'm tearing it down? Or is it because this is an unfinished system? So it very much is like, you kind of have to scratch your head a little bit on some of that shit and go, maybe, but, and then you shrug a little bit. So it's, 5e was never finished. Yeah. Mike Merrill's admitted that they ran out of runway. So that 5e technically is an unfinished system. Hasbro pushed it out because they were like, we can't wait any longer. So, yeah. And then over 10 years' time, you would hope that it would have been fixed, especially with the new version coming out. And I don't think it has, personally.
There have been multiple creators of 5th edition who have come out after they've left and been like, yeah, we were basically held by the nuts and told to put it out. Like bonus actions, we didn't want to do bonus actions. They're left over from 4th edition.
Yep. That's little. So you've got little things like that. where you're like, that's a design philosophy in question. So Mike Mearls believes, since he made bonus actions, he's like, I don't think there should be bonus actions. It should have just been, everything should have just been baked into the same action, and then there should have been movement. So you move, you do an action, that's all it should have been. And I disagree with that. I do think bonus actions kind of act as a way to augment your turn, so that way it doesn't feel like you're just doing the same turn over and over. But there should have been more to do with bonus actions, as there should have been more to do with reactions. And as Crown can attest with the spells I'm working on, we're kind of getting both out of the way right now, where like there's really cool concentration spells that I'm designing that give you a bonus action, that a specialized bonus action or a specialized reaction that you cast. So we're making concentration spells even more interesting now. So it's I think we'll see what happens, but I'm excited. I'm excited for the future. It's going to be a lot of work. I'll tell you that right now. But if it works out and people are excited, like I said before, I want the IO system when we crowdfund to be $1 million crowdfunded system.
Yes, sir.
I want that to be the mill. I want that to be our mill system. So we'll
I believe.
I think we got a chance. All right, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna spend time with Masay. You guys have a good night. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
I want to be on the chunkier side of hit point.
I'm
So
gonna say it.
I just
Reaction cantrip. Do it.
What?
Be not afraid. Reaction cantrip.
What are you saying?
If I went into all I'm saying is like in 5e, you want to make something juicy.
Oh,
reaction cantrip.
I see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. Free the reaction.
Let me A up with spells.
I'm a big bonus action dude. I make all of my homebrew stuff around bonus actions because there are so many classes that have no use for a bonus action at all.
It's so sad. I'm looking forward to it.
Right.
You could like make it like a 2-action, like just giving you 2 actions a turn.
Fuck it, let's make it 3.
3?
I give them 26 hit points. They're gonna have a lower armor class for their level, but they're gonna have a lot of hit points. Also, I just realized wretches don't have bloodied bite. Bloodied bite is specifically for Gnarlkin. The wretches are weak. They're cowards. They're meant to get slaughtered. Gnarlkins, the way that bloodied bite works specifically is that it's not when the Morling, I had to reread it. It's not when the Morling gets bloodied. It's when you get bloodied. So the moment you reach half hit points as a PC, all the Morlings look at you and go, finally, some fresh fucking food.
Looks like meat's back on the menu.
And they start biting the shit out of you. And usually the way that it works is they gain multi-attack when you're bloodied in 5th edition. So they have like usually one attack. It's their axe or their sword or what have you. But once you're bloodied, it's like they access a different part of themselves. And now they're swinging their axe and they're biting you at the same time.
That's spooky.
It's very juicy, isn't it?
Also, I think fatigued would be the same thing. Are there actions or abilities that PCs can have that can incur fatigue on enemies?
On enemies?
Yeah.
I mean, theoretically speaking, I don't know of any examples off rip. Maybe Stinking Cloud or something like that might do it.
Fatigue specifically?
Yeah.
Or just the
reason I ask is because Morlings, the Morlings I made, all of them are immune to exhaustion in 5th edition.
So they'd be immune to the fatigued condition.
That's what I was thinking. I didn't know if it'd be 1-for-1. And I didn't know if there was like, if that would be breaking like a specific class or something.
I don't think so. I think that'd be pretty tame, all things considered. There's probably other things that are already immune, I would imagine, constructs.
I think like I've seen is like a class that can inflict drained on an enemy.
Okay.
The Blood Rager archetype for barbarians.
Very well. Then I shall give them all immunity to being fatigued. Let's see. He has a 3 strength. Also, I believe we might need to lower the wretch. Well, maybe not. I might just need to, guys. Let's see. Let's go. Where are the attributes? Attribute modifier. The 3 being incredibly high. Oh, okay. No, 4 is being high. 3 is moderate. Okay. This guy. Very well. We're gonna give him a 4 to his strength. Having a high. Is a moderate. What was his perception? He has a really high fortitude, so he has a high con. Pretty shit dexterity though. He's a berserker boy. Dex 2. He has a 0 int. Got some wisdom. Oh, you gave him +3 wisdom. God damn.
Yeah, my thought was with like tracking and survival in the woods and stuff like that.
You gave a lot more credit to the wretch than it deserved.
Hey, I don't know too much about the Morlings, so maybe I overtuned it.
So the highest stat that the wretch had. Well, then again, this is all 5th edition stuff, right? So I don't trying to translate it into 2nd edition don't really work too well. But the highest stat that a wretch has is their strength score, pure bestial strength. Their dex and con are like 12s, so they have +1s. Their int is a 9, their wisdom's a 10, and their charisma's a 9. So they have 2 penalties, a flat wisdom, and some okay martial, like physical skills, basically. They are like literal fodder.
They sound like they would die if you left them alone in the forest.
You are correct, in fact. When they're on their own, they're cowards. They basically revert to being animals. Like a wretch's greatest joy is sleeping. Eating and sleeping. That's all they want to do. They hate when a slaughter lord gets into power because that means they have to work.
You just like me, for real, for real.
For real.
It's the Gnarlkin who are like the actual warriors. Like the Fury, that's a Gnarlkin. The dude who's like, I've killed knights and I've killed farmers. I've stolen food. I am him. And the wretch is like, yeah, I just want to sleep though. Like
that guy's him. I'm tired.
Please don't send me out there again. Please, I'm sorry. I don't want to do it.
All of my friends are dead.
The Fury's like, I'm here for battle. And the Wretchling's like, I just want to go home, man.
Correct.
It's been a day.
It's been a day. Please don't yell at me, Baron. Please, I'm really sorry.
Please.
There was a really scary guy in the town and he made me shit my pants, so I ran. Like, please. You kill the Gnarlkin that the wretches are with, and the wretches are like, thank God, and they start running.
They don't just go, oh, we fucking hated that guy. Thank you so much, Adventurer, Wayfinder. Thank you so much.
Might be able to spin their passive then to be something to the degree of like, I don't know, cowardice. You could just call it cowardice, and it would be like, if there are no higher level Maulings in sight, this creature has the fleeing condition.
I can see that, absolutely. Simple. Yeah, like, There's no like you kill the Gnarlkin or you kill the Marauder that's on the field, and all wretches are like, finally, and they start sprinting for the map transition. Usually, though, the wretches die way before any of the Gnarlkin do. Like the Gnarlkin basically pushes the wretches forward. They're at the front line. And they're the ones who catch the Wayfarer's fucking sword before they get to do anything.
I think I'm going to look it up. There's a flesh warp that has a very interesting ability you might want to take a look at for the higher level Maulings. That has a very interesting sort of. Let me see if I can find it.
Be cool if, like, you gave, if they had like an effect on them where if they see their Gnarlkin or whatever, whoever's leading them get crit or take a bunch of damage, they just, all of them that see that get hit with the frightened condition or something like that.
Absolutely.
So you could just throw, like, you could throw more than the math says is legally allowed, but you can, there's ways to debuff it where it's like, all right, dunk on him, send them all running.
Yeah, like the fighter critically hits the Gorduke that's there.
Yeah.
All of the wretches are like, oh my fucking god!
Oh shit!
Oh my god! Oh my god! We're gonna die! We're gonna fucking die! That's them.
That was literally my ghouls last fucking party. They just.
I'm gonna see if I can find that creature.
I will say you can, especially if there's. It looks like that lair. Is that where the Morlings are gonna?
No.
Or...
There's gonna be undead. This is just the map I'm sitting on right now.
Yeah, because I was saying if you give enough movement speed, like Lore was not kidding with the whole like movement being an action tax. I threw significantly more enemies at my party than what the math says was legally allowed for a combat encounter for a moderate. Utilizing movement and just distance, they were able to clean house. And then sent some packing when the level 2 Ghoul Knight came in. And the Barbarian said, ha, that's nice. Cleaved him in half in one swing once he finally got over there.
Nice. Yeah, the wretch's whole if a wretch kills something, it's an uproar. Like, wretch's whole purpose, because they make so many of them, is to literally wear down the knights that they're fighting.
They're there to blunt blades.
Correct. By the time that the Gnarlkin rolls up to the Tarosi knight who's killed a dozen wretches, he's exhausted.
Feeling tired, knight.
I just threw some wretches. Why are you so tired, man? Come on, let's fight.
They're just
Come on,
wretches.
bro. They're just wretches.
It's called a Mulven Tok. I'll put the spelling in the chat there.
Hey, that's a big boy.
That's a thickin'.
God damn. Oh my god, his face. What the fuck? Jesus.
So they used to be Erdafans, but they were flesh warped. Erdafans are like, they're kind of undead, not really, but they've got clear skin and visible organs. The Mulven Tok is what happens when you put a lot of meat and muscle on them and tell them to do one thing in particular. But they got a really cool action called Stay in the Fight and Fervent Command, which is basically telling other people what to do.
Imparts some of its own energy to keep the ally. The creature gains 1 hit point, and the Mulven Tok takes 2d6 mantle damage. That would be for a shaman. A shaman would have that ability. Fervent Command shouts an order to its allies. The ally immediately takes a raise a shield or step action. Ooh, yep, that would be something. There's a guy who has that exact move. I think he's just a little bit higher level than the Fury. War Leader. All allies within 30 feet can see or hear the moment, getting a +1 stats bonus to attack rolls and skill checks as long as their actions don't impede imprinted purpose. Oh, so just being within 30 feet of him is enough for them to be like, kill!
Yeah, it's basically, they're almost like a bard, where they get to give a bonus to everyone nearby because they're capable, they're competent, and everybody trusts them to do what their job is.
Nice.
Aura.
So that's it. They just got pure aura. That's it.
I like that. Dex. What, peeps? Dex, thank you very much for 19 months, brother, with your Prime Gaming. Very kind of you. Only on a 2-month streak. What's going on, brother? Skull Throne, thank you very much for a gifted sub to Legion. My God, you guys fucking destroy. I'm looking at that sub goal. It's dead. It's super dead. How much money do I have to give to see a Tarosi map where all the Morling tribes are? That would have implications. I could do that. That could be fun. A political map, but it's all Morling herds. I feel like I would want to make the Morling herd symbols before I do that, though. So you'll notice with the Morling page, we have this symbol. This is the blood axe symbol. I would want to make these for all of the herds, all of the tribes that are there. I've done a few, but I would want to make all of them. This, by the way, is on COA Maker or Coat of Arms Maker. I have a lifetime subscription. I basically bought into the company, so I have everything. So if you see shit on here that you don't have access to, that's probably why. And I use COA Maker for all of my stuff. Every coat of arms I make is using. And Molten Talk will save you for your abilities later.
So
throws into an influence folder somewhere.
So higher level Morlings, like Gnarlings and commanders. So do they use are they capable of using more advanced tactics, or is it generally the same song and dance?
No, brother. So once you get Gnarlkin and Wretches are they're in abundance. You're gonna see those everywhere. When you start getting things like Marauders and Shepherds and Barons into the battlefield, the field changes considerably. You go from fighting beasts to fighting armies, to things with tactics. And the tactics vary and differ per tribe. So for example, the Bloodhowls. The Bloodhowls aren't going to fight you face to face. What they're going to do is they're going to do hit and run tactics. They're going to hit you and draw you into the woods where they've set up numerous traps to ensnare you and pick you off like it's fucking Vietnam. That's what they're going to do. The Screechers are going to wait till you're resting. They're going to attack when you're asleep. And they're going to do it by sending in fucking kamikaze Screechers, basically. Dudes who are going to roll in, and their whole purpose is to drive your knights insane with their death knells. All of them have different tactics. No two tribes are the same. The only time, what you most commonly see in the games is you see fists and you see claws. Claws of Morlings are a group of Morlings who have come together to sow chaos, conflict, or simply steal. These groups are generally smaller in size and consist usually of the same tribe, but can sometimes be several different tribes who are without a leader. They are frequently what wayfarers fight in the wilds of Tyros. So claws are leaderless tribes. Their chieftain died, which means none of their leaders ascended to ever being a baron. They got killed before anything could happen. So what you're more than likely going to see is you're going to see a den of Morlings who are just lazing about. They stole from the local farm. They stole a sheep, which they killed and ate, and now they're sleeping. And it'd be like opening a teenager's room. Basically, is what you would find is just Morlings laid out on piles of fur and clothes that they stole off the line. things that they thought were neat and shiny, so they stole them to basically have like little trinkets and treasure. Because if they have a leader or a lord, they have to give it to the herdstone. So, they have like little children's toys that they kept that they stole from the backyard when they were like skulking around at night and shit. It's all that stuff. Like that's primarily what parties are fighting. When you get a leader in there, the tactics change. It becomes way more difficult. Because suddenly, they're not running anymore. Suddenly, the leader is out there and he's felling dudes, and every time he fells somebody, the Morlings get inspired.
It's pretty neat.
What level would you consider Slaughter Lords or Harbingers? Well, Dargarok the Bloodlord was a level 10 creature, or a CR 10 creature in 5th edition. However, they can be much higher, especially Doom Heralds. Doom Heralds, I would say, could be as high level as a Lich, because they have access to the current. They are very, very powerful. So claws are what you'd go for, yes. So if you are a Dark Friend, if you are a Void Wraith, if you are looking to incite chaos, you're going to go snatch up some claws that are sitting without a leader. And that's how you get a fist. You have taken a bunch of Morlings who have no leader. You have beaten them, shown them that might makes right, and now you control a fist of Morlings. And those Morlings are subservient to you. And often it's through physical domination, but for Dark Friends, it's usually through mental manipulation, enchantment magic, things like that. Because even wretches sitting there watching you, a human, attempt to tell them what to do, go, I'm stronger than you. And they're going to try and challenge you, which is a big thing in Morling culture. A chieftain can never really rest on their laurels because everybody wants the throne. So even Gnarlkin, wretches and the like, will see you getting fat and lazy and be like, my time to be big guy. I get to be in charge now. I challenge you, Makgora. And he goes, okay. And then if they win, the whole tribe goes, oh shit. Hey guys, we got a new leader. And usually that new leader will want to make an impression. So it's raiding time. You want to know when raids happen? It's usually right after a challenge of authority happened. Because you have to keep your subjects happy. There has to be forward progress.
Man.
What?
I'm just picturing some poor villagers just like looking up to one of the Morlings like before they die and just say why. The newly ordained leader looks down and is like, hey, this is all PR. Sorry, man.
There is
I gotta do it for the boys.
There is a group of Morlings that I've talked about in the past who they're not insidious, they're not evil. They want to be left alone. They don't like Morden, but they also know that they can't coexist with the society. And the idea was to subvert expectations. The party was going to find that people within the village, a nearby village, had been going missing. Wives, husbands, what have you. Basically vanishing into the woods. And people believe, because they've seen sightings of them, that Morlings are responsible. Morlings have been abducting people and taking them into the woods. And what they were going to find is that it is a Morling tribe who are living like people, and they are very well groomed. They take considerable care of themselves. They are very well spoken. And the whole reason that people have been going missing is because they've been going out and living with the Morlings.
Heresy.
the leader of it was going to be this like massive, like saber-tooth like Morling, who had not taken, but the was mated to the Alderman's wife. The Alderman's wife had absconded into the woods to be with him.
For the streets.
And the alderman is like distraught, completely upset that like his wife was basically taken. She's going to be sacrificed, willing to pay hand over fist to get her back, only for the Wayfarers to find out she went willingly. A lot of people have went willingly. And they just want to be left alone. They just want to vibe.
If I were the alderman, I don't know what would hurt more. The thought of the love of my life being, I don't know what would hurt more. The love of my life being slaughtered, or the prospect of being taken by savages, or that I got cucked by...
Nah, it's definitely the second one.
That's almost as much as paying the road warden to go fix it.
Yeah, it was it was meant to be a kind of like not everything is as it seems moment. Because there are Morlings out there that will raid towns, will sacrifice people. They love nothing more than starting one of their evil, fucked up festivals than by sacrificing a shit ton of people on their herdstone. They love that. That's real good for morale, is to capture a bunch of farmers and just coat the herdstone in blood in the name of Morden.
By Kegger by the herdstone.
Correct. So it's meant to show that their Morlings are changing. They have like, there are Morlings that just want to exist. They have broken away from Morden's rule. They worship, or not, they worship or they revere Tarosi gods. Like that particular clan, that tribe that's there, that people are absconding to, they adopted the local religion. They worship Bahamut.
Huh. I like that idea. I just wonder, especially when you were talking about how, like what the whole, like, Moor thing is, so they are removed enough from Moor, like, they want to do their own thing, but they're not order-aligned enough to not be Morlings?
They are, it's basically a transitional period, because it's not immediate, right? What you are dealing with is a clan or a tribe that's on the verge of becoming beast folk. But it's not immediate. It's not like I'm now good and suddenly you fucking go through a visual transformation. It's not a... God, what the fuck is that movie? It's not Beauty and the Beast, right? It's not suddenly I am a good guy and now I physically and mentally am a good guy. It takes time. Glensworn, the bear folk that the party met, it took years for him to shed that Morling appearance, to lose his horns, to lose his teeth and shit like that. Like all of the mutations that made him a monster, he had to lose those. Now he's a bear.
I gotta put effort into this? I gotta work for it?
Correct.
Ah, fuck that. Alright, all hail more.
So here's the other thing, too. You could not want to be with Morin, but you could also not want to be with people. If you want to just be left alone, you could just be neutral.
Morin's not gonna, like, try to
Morin's
get in your
pissed.
brain.
Morin's fucking livid. She is going to try and fuck with your brain. She's going to try and rouse herds to come and attack you. Until basically you either prove that you're strong enough to subvert her will, or you get beaten and brought back into the fold. Morin is really covetous of her toys. When you leave, when you break that shackle, because here's the thing. All Morlings fear Morin. They fear her. And it's fear and reverence. They know she's the maker. She's the one who made them. But she's also the fucking she's also the one holding the whip. She's not a loving mother. She's not some caring, doting, like, god. She wants to bring ruin to everything. You as a Morling are her instrument to do so. How dare you try to go back to the life you had? Or a life you never had in some cases.
I don't want to be a slaughter lord. I want to be a pianist. I want to be a bard.
Lauren's eye twitching as she sends the fucking Doom Herald to come poison you in your sleep.
I can't imagine if you get to the stage of a slaughter lord either. You're kind of too deep in, right? You've picked your side.
You can't so there have been exceptions, right? And for Glensworn was on the side of Morin. He was a slaughter lord for his tribe.
Oh.
He was saved by a paladin of Bahamut. He was spared. And at first, he was resentful, right? He wanted that glorious death. He wanted bloodshed, carnage. But this paladin saw something inside of him, saw some spark, and gave him a chance. And in doing so, allowed him to shed the shackles that was Morin. And through years, with the paladin's help, he became a beast folk. He's no longer under the sway of Morin. He is a bear folk now.
For someone that turned back to order, if they, for one reason or another, fell back to chaos, would Morin take them or just kill them on sight?
Oh, she would be gloating. If you went to order and then came back to chaos, you are never leaving again. She's going to do everything in her power to basically lock and seal you, like a Blades of Chaos type moment.
Hmm.
You're a little trophy.
You are a trophy to Order's failure, and she is going to parade you around.
It's nice someone takes that much of an interest in me.
Shut up.
But no, actually, I do like that idea of, I very much like a god with a very much in your face about it.
What do you mean?
Like, just very much, I guess, like, very much against, like, opposing force. So if she claimed someone that was originally, like, very order aligned, or, like, did the, went from chaos to order and then order back to chaos, very much just the whole idea of, like, I could just picture Morin just kind of giving the order aligned gods the bird, being like, one of us.
Oh yeah, her biggest, like, she is the Allfather's biggest hater. Specifically, she was Enbrir's, Galadir's biggest hater for a long time. Because Galadir is the son of Eormenir, the Allfather. Galadir, who betrayed his grandfather, eventually becomes Enbrir, who becomes one of the first Olinar. And she took delight in basically taking all of Galadir's toys, the humans, and warping them into these fucked up monsters. And then, Barados and Moraltir made the elves and the dwarves. She took great pleasure in warping and twisting those two. The one that she has the biggest beef with, because they technically kind of coincide with each other or overlap in some places, is Zomarin, the goddess of war. Because war often bring ruin. They are big, they butt heads a lot. This Galadir, now known as Ember, is on the evil side. He's chaos. He is chaos incarnate. The mother of elves and the dwarf father are still on the side of order. And Zomarin is the Allfather's biggest simp, basically. Dad can do no wrong. So they butt heads a lot. Their children, Thorovnar and Norix, love fighting. They love fighting a lot. If you find Norix, you probably find Thorovnar not too far away. And those are demigods who are basically always perpetually clashing.
And this has been going on for thousands of years, millennia,
Yeah.
untold.
Yeah. So the reason they clash is because Morin warped Zomarin's son, Thorovnar, made him into like a pseudo Morling when he was being born. So because of his twisted blood, he can't go into the Allfather's halls. And so Marin's pissed about that. The Allfather tasked Thorovnar with basically redeeming himself, cleansing his corrupted blood. So Zomarin has been coaching her son on basically how to do that. And the only way he can do that is by killing Norix, which is Morin's actual son, her demigod son. So think of it like Hercules.
Oh, okay.
Except he's a big old monster. Not really a monster. He looks more like a tiefling, but he looks very monstrous.
I could fix him.
All right. You don't gotta fix anything, I don't think.
What the hell's going on in here?
We're talking about lore,
what-
dumbass.
Lore? What's he got to do with anything?
Start with the show, baby.
It looks like Morlings, our favorite.
Correct.
Hey, DM.
Yeah.
Tell me, what is Morin's domains again?
I haven't written her yet. In terms
haven't
of like for Pathfinder. That's what you mean.
Oh, okay. I just meant like her general. Like, she's obviously the one who made Morlings, and she likes violence. Would you say she's big on like corruption?
Absolutely. That's her whole shtick.
Perfect. Would Morin then? Would she be a geneticist?
Interesting. Why? I look at you.
Well, because this whole like Adis is all about like this like mythizing like science into like religion and magic, right? Like the Allfather was a geneticist or created spirits and basically test tube babied all his like Aranar and stuff. But in like mythos, it's like biblical, right? Also, I'm currently hyperfixated on Trench Crusade, and that's what the Sassanid Empire, like Sultanate, are all about geneticists. And they remind me very much of Morlings, where they're sort of men turned beasts, warped, although they're a little more sort of death metal in their way. And they're not evil like Morin is, but their techniques, their warped creatures definitely give me Morling vibes.
I'll read you her very old excerpt from 2020.
Okay.
Morin, alignment, chaotic evil. She's also known as the Ruiner, the Lady of Doom, the Mother of Beastmen, and the Lady of Destruction. Her provinces include slaughter, warfare, and fire. Her associated domains are chaos, destruction, and death. Her common symbol is a single, unblinking eye that bleeds. Her residence is the Fallen Vault in Acheron. Her worshippers are Ravagers, Warlords, and Beastmen. This is before I had Morlings or anything like that, right? So this is old. This is old.
Oh my god.
Her creeds push orcs and other savage creatures to devour the world, with her most devout servants at Adis being the Ravagers, a chaotic band of orcs and goblins who slaughter innocents across the many realms surrounding Adis. Morin was revered more out of fear than out of religious faith. Her doctrines stated that bad luck befell anybody befell everybody, and the only way to avoid it was by worshiping her. She's renowned for being spiteful and malevolent, with her priests manipulating common folk into revering and providing for them by acting mysteriously and playing on morbid fears. So that's her really, really old lore. Like that's like her concept that I made back in the day. Back when I still had orcs and goblins and shit as like just chaos beings.
I just think it'd be very funny that this apocalyptic war goddess is like the depiction of this of Morin, and then like the party rolls into an abandoned facility and she's actually just like a scientist in a lab coat with like rows of Morlings and test tubes.
I mean,
she's just kind of bitchy.
That would probably, if I was ever to pull back the veil and the party actually met the gods, not the projection of the gods, not this looming figure that is the All-Father.
Yeah.
The cosmos buried within his own beard type shit. You would meet an old man with a white coat, his ID card hanging from it, a set of latex gloves, currently like bent over a microscope, currently like playing with some jeans. That's what he would be doing. That's the old man you would meet. That is Aor Manir.
You definitely should read the Locked Tomb series for inspiration. Because that is very much the vibe of Locked Tomb, where you have these you have the 7 houses, and each one, there's like this poem that goes with each house to describe them. And Gideon the 9th is from the 9th house, and they're all different like flavors of necromancy, and they go to this like watered world, and they basically like investigate the ruins of like the people who discovered necromancy, the inventor being God, the god that they worship, who is actually like a person, and you meet him in the second book, and his name is literally John. And he's just like a dude with a tablet. But of course he also has cosmic power. Like his eyeballs are like basically black holes in his socket. But otherwise he's just a dude. And I think you would vibe hard as fuck from meeting God John. And his what are they called? They're not liches. I think they might be just called liches. Lictors is what they're called. Are like his OG, like the most powerful of the powerful. They're able to basically cross. They allow like space travel. This is, by the way, necromancers in space. they allow space travel by being able to cross through the valley of death to reach points and then basically make like waypoints.
Oh, wait. This
In
is
space.
the lesbian necromancers, right?
This is lesbian necromancers, yes.
You talked about this one before.
Correct, I have. It is definitely lesbian necromancers. However, for the sake of sci-fi given fantasy flavor, it does that perfectly.
Okay. Is it better to read or audio? Are the audiobooks good?
I think the audiobooks are magnifique. I listen to them most of the books I recommend. I listen on Audible because I'm listening to them while I work.
Okay.
But yes, I think the narrator on Audible is very good.
Very well. Very well. So be it.
Indeed. Yes. If you want like the vibes of like spaceships decorated in bone, that's the place. That's where you want it. It's very good.
Yeah, I would say. So here's the thing: all of the gods, the Volinar and the Aranar, are all the creation of Eormenir, the Allfather. The Volinar are the ones who betrayed the Aranar. They left. They're evil, capricious, whatever. Morin was one of those. Morin used to have an actual name. Just like Enbrir was formerly known as Galadir, the actual son of the Allfather. She was the same way. She had a name before more or less was cast out because she was very wicked. She was a not good person. And it's
I have an idea.
Oh, go on.
Oh, go ahead. No, continue.
Oh, it's
Finish and then I'll give my.
It's just that moment where like you catch your kid torturing cats, basically.
Ooh.
It's that type of deal with her.
Good night, Lore. Interesting. Well, my thought is, you said that Morin is her current name, but not the name of old. Do we know what her name was?
No, it's been a very long time. The only reason that people know Galadir was because the crew in SOE found that out.
Gotcha. What if the Morin now is actually a different entity than the old Morin?
Oh.
What if, hear me out, Morin is, so what if old Morin tried to replicate the Allfather's ability to make, like, new life? Try to rebuild, like, build his test tubes, for instance.
Okay.
But couldn't figure it out, and instead sort of tried to reverse engineer humanity. But the facility that she used, basically, like the AI she implanted in the facility she was using, basically went insane from all the experiments that they were trying to do, and eventually killed her and took her basically identity. And the eye, like her third eye, basically came from like the cameras that the Morlings saw when they popped out of the tubes.
I'm trying to envision that. So she is the AI a being now, or is it still a computer?
I would say it's still a computer. It's basically pumping out Morlings. Like, it's basically a corrupted computer that is just pumping Morlings out.
Okay. You kind
In
of
some secret
lose.
area.
You kind of lose a little bit of the gusto of it being a bitchy woman in a lab coat with that.
Okay.
But I do like it. I can see it conjuring this super evil, fucked up image and being like, behold your God. And they're like, oh my God, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
In truth, it's something that it made, right? Like it's like a because they have physical avatars. The gods have physical avatars. Like
Right.
Galadir, Embrier's physical avatar is this like multi-armed black shadow creature that like is bleeding fire. It's like bound in chains, like broken chains to show like how many promises and shit it's broken and all this other stuff, right? And Morin is like this multi-armed chimeric creature that has like that basically looms over everything it owns. But those are their avatars, right? Like again,
Right.
the Allfather's avatar is a wise ancient being who the cosmos like blends into his beard and his hair and shit like that, right? Like he is like the ultimate projection of the world and the galaxy as we know it. But in truth, he's a dude. He is a old man with a like a little bit of a hunch. He walks with a limp.
Better idea. Because we already have an AI god, now that I think about it. With the dwarves,
yeah, we do.
Herngar.
We have the Axios.
What if Morin is a geneticist in trying to follow the steps of the Allfather? Much like I don't know if you read the Silmaril, but the Forge god who tried to make the dwarfs before like the elves showed up.
And then God got pissed at him and told him kill him.
Yeah, and he's like, please don't. And he's like, fine.
But they have to wait. They can only come out
Correct.
after man is made.
Correct. What if Morin tried to reverse engineer man and eventually made sort of proto-Morlings?
Okay.
And at first was like excited because he's like, oh my god, I've done it. I've made something new. I can continue where the Allfather left off. The world is saved thanks to me and my brilliance. However, she realized the Morlings are a bit violent, a bit unstable, and she eventually sort of grew afraid of them. And that's when she sort of took the name Morin and reinvented herself as this like all looming avatar of pain and destruction to sort of keep them at arm's length and in line, lest they turn on their creator.
Oh, so making herself the biggest threat to keep herself safe.
Correct, but not actually turning herself. Like she's still the geneticist. It's the Wizard of Oz kind of thing. She's still a little lady behind the curtain. I just think it'd be ironic that the avatar of basically fear and destruction is actually scared of her own creations.
I like that. That's a fun little twist.
Yeah.
Could just have her be like a random NPC that's just like, just going about her day to day, still living her life.
Yeah. She's basically stuck as this god, and I think has also been twisted somewhat via their worship, right?
So that's that's the other thing too to consider is that by doing that, she has made herself an enemy to the Aranar.
Right. Well, now that's where she's stuck now. She's now an enemy to the Aranar, so she has to keep making Morlings to keep them from killing her, or punishing her in some way. But she's also got to keep the Morlings in line through this sort of avatar of butchery. She doesn't like them. She'd rather not make them, but she's basically stuck catering to them as like as a mask, like a wall between her and the other Aranar.
I like that. I like the other gods not knowing that she's done this, and they're like, she's gone. She's too far gone. We must kill her.
Yeah.
Her distaste for the undead is her potential future if she ever gets found out.
I think her taste for undead. I think her
Distaste.
I could see it kind of being a little twofold. I could see her having a distaste for undead because of her sister, which would be Saren. So as a way to kind of not disrupt the world too much, she doesn't allow undead.
Wait. Does she not like Saren?
No, I think there's some part of her that perhaps respects Saren or respects the soul, like respects her father still. So she doesn't want that twisted, which is why she abhors undead.
Yeah, I think. Okay. That makes sense. I think she considers herself, and I know Legion says, the list of misunderstood evil gods grow. Not quite, because I think she got herself into this mess mostly through pride and arrogance.
100%.
That she could do better than the Allfather.
Correct.
She's like, he's just a guy, you know. I'm sure
She's Camarilla from Castlevania.
Yeah.
I haven't read Castlevania, but maybe.
She the main bad guy of like the last 2 seasons is this female vampire who comes into Dracula's court in the first season and is like, these stupid, pig-headed, arrogant men are ruining the world.
Oh, Camilla.
Camilla, that's what it is. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, Camilla is, they call her a schemer. She has grand ideals, and it's her hubris that gets her killed.
Yeah. Well, in this case, it's her hubris that got her stuck between a rock and a hard place. The Aranar and her own Morlings.
Nice.
Yeah. Very
and the
much.
only reason the Morlings are sort of in line is this fear, but should the Morlings ever peel back the curtain, doom upon Morin and potentially the world as they break from her leash.
Correct.
It's sort of like this, they're basically like the angry pit bull in the back that's been bred to fight in the ring, just waiting to bite their owner's hand.
Yeah, like they have to keep them in a cage, arm's length. They have to use the leash that's a rod, basically.
Yeah.
Can't be near them. I could see that. I could absolutely see it. You basically beat a dog to the point of it wanting nothing but to rip out your fucking throat. But now you can't get rid of it.
Yeah. You can't get rid of it. It fears you. It'll listen to you for now. But the minute you turn your back or the minute you let your guard down, it's gonna bite you.
Correct.
And that's basically the Morlings. They're abused pit bulls.
Nice.
Going off that, if we go...
That's why the Prime Slaughterlord should be named Princess.
The Corpse King? We're going to name the Corpse King
Corpse
Princess?
King is Princess.
Holy shit.
He has a little pink collar that's spiked with a little heart collar. It says, Princess, call this if found.
Yeah.
Go on, Leo.
So... yes. Just unlocked me for a moment. My brain had a reboot. So Morlings, at least now, it's people that, Morlings are either born or it's people that decide to follow the teachings of Morin and get warped, right? It's not like a forced thing.
There's still Morin's influence in the world. Much like Warhammer, where beastmen can just emerge through birth defects and stuff, that has a chance of happening in the world. But the big way that it happens is procreation. Morlings love fucking.
Yo, same. Maybe we can get along.
Maybe we can. So I'm wondering if maybe, I wonder if even those byproduct those mutations, if we're going with the person that really just in over their head, maybe with her fucking around with the whole. Whatever she did to create Morlings in the first place with her experimenting, it kind of created a sort of like, I know chaos is more of a conceptual thing, right? It's more of a concept rather than like a tangible force. Or am I mistaken?
Chaos is nature. Chaos is... The way I've described it is like order is roads. Order is cities, walls, law and structure. Chaos is nature. It's the roots trying to burrow through the road to get to the water. It's the vines growing over the walls. It's the earth shifting beneath your foundation, causing cracks and fissures. That's chaos.
So if we're going with the person that kind of just like fucked up, like by their own volition, what if what really kind of kicked the whole Morling thing off is, let's say she grabbed a few, humans, elves, whatever, started tinkering with them, figured it out, and was like, okay, I perfected the design, let's try to do this on a larger scale, like kind of release something into the environment, and it backfired spectacularly. And so maybe that's why sometimes there can be some people that just have that birth defect,
like
or
a
whatnot.
fucking T virus, like she fucking dropped a T virus in the middle of New York type shit.
She's like, let's she's all right. I did the math; it's solid. I improved on the All Fathers thing. Let's kick it up a notch. Let's bring everything to the next level. Releases it. Oh my god, this is bad. This is really, really bad. And so now she's just too far in.
I can't believe Morin released COVID. She let a bad escape. She's like, that's probably not a deal.
That's nothing bad. Looks outside.
Morbid.
Watches it do. Oh my god.
Oh, no.
Lock the door.
Ooh.
Lock the door. I like that.
Can't believe it.
I like her fucking being like, I am better than God. I am better than my father. Watch this. Unleashes the plague. It backfires. She goes, oh, how could I have not seen this coming?
The math was right. I don't understand. Oh, I see. I made a typo there.
I
Fuck.
can't believe Morin was actually just the CEO of Umbrella Corp. That's crazy.
Nice.
Where's Frank?
I'm
Or
gonna
it's just-
piss.
She was girl bossing too hard for her own good. Okay, Legion.
Oh.
Oh, another idea.
Oh.
Not really like a new idea, but like Why she might continue her research. I think she kind of idolizes the Allfather. But
Interesting.
I think she's like, well, obviously, the other Aranar disappointed Dad, and that's why he's left. So I'm gonna show him that I can improve his creation, and then he'll come back. And so she's still trying to make like Man 2.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Man.
That's where her son came from then.
perhaps. But they keep popping out as Morlings. But in her pride, she just assumes it's not her fault. It's bad samples.
Something in the genetic code is wrong.
Yeah. She's
I've
like,
got
clearly
an impure sample. I need. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Brain blast.
Oh. I get it now. What if the Arharani are hated by Morlings is because Morin wants them more than anything else.
ooh.
She
Ooh,
believes
they're jealous.
Arharani blood is the key, the first men.
That's how she's gonna make her uber Morlings.
Correct.
And when she proves that her creations are perfect and like don't rebel or cause galactic wars like the Wizard Kings, then Daddy will come home.
Correct.
Nice. That's pretty epic. Sorry, Rylan.
Damn. I bet.
Maybe that's why she hates undead, because all the Arharani succumb to undead. She's like, what a waste.
Actually, that's perfect. That's the reason she hates it. That's why she's like, none of you can practice it, because if you're gonna capture a fucking Arharani,
Yeah.
you're gonna capture a Thorian, you need to bring me them whole.
Yep.
I like that. They fell because of the undead. They fell because of the betrayal of Enbrir, which means she doesn't like Enbrir all that much still.
Yeah.
But she needs them. She needs them.
Yep.
I love it. Nice. To
Some
think that we were
slaughter.
making monsters and we made lore instead. What a great fucking stream.
I mean,
A
kinda
lore
goes
is
hand
its
in
own
hand.
monster.
Exactly.
I lean back. My job is done. Anyway.
Falls out of chair.
I fall out of my chair.
Mama likes the German Shepherds more than us, the pit bulls.
True.
Oh my god. You just have a couple slaughter lords. It's like, we did it. We got the thing. We got the we're gonna bring it back to mom, and the slaughter lord's like, no, carves them up deliberately.
No.
It's a perfect misunderstanding, because the Morlings think of Morin as big baddie giga butcher, and they're like, well, clearly it's because we aren't butchering enough. So they're like, she'll love us if we just keep killing, and she's like, I actually don't want that at all.
Stop killing. You're
She's like,
pissing
oh
me
god.
off.
She's like,
It's
"Please
lovely
stop."
layers of just complete misunderstanding. Like, she can't tell them to stop because she's afraid they'll turn on her.
I'm sorry.
they-
Did you say stop killing?
Yeah. She's like, ooh, they're a bad batch. They're like, they're flawed. They think murder's the way. I have to control them and sort of herd them like sheep, but I can't like rely on them to do anything useful. Certainly not going to impress the Allfather. And they're like, well, obviously mom doesn't like us because we aren't doing what we're meant to do, like, hard enough.
We need to kill more.
Yeah.
I like to imagine
So
because
they
she's
restructure their entire society on slaughter and murder and death and bloodshed. And then occasionally a Morling will come to the realization that they'll never impress Mom, and they become a beast folk, and they go become a druid in the woods next to an orcish fishing village. But for
They
the
just
most part,
actualize.
yeah. But most of them don't know what therapy is, so instead they continue to try to coax attention from Mommy Dearest. And Mommy doesn't want anything to do with them other than to keep them focused on not her, as they find, and to find perhaps better blood samples to replace them. Not that she's going to tell them that.
I like to imagine she doesn't want them to turn on her. She kind of like just tries to allude to it, like to get them to like not say it directly, like, hey, stop killing people, but kind of try to make like allusions like, hey, like turn your focus elsewhere or whatever, and they just keep misinterpreting it like a bad game of telephone.
Maybe that's what happened at first, and now she's just given up. And she's like, they might as well kill all these humans because, like, obviously the humans that are out there right now and elves and shit are bad stock anyway. So it doesn't really matter, right? If the Allfather doesn't want them, why should I care? You know, if my Morlings butcher these basically other who cares if impurities kill impurities? Go find me not an Aranar, our Harani, while you're out there busy killing people. Why don't you?
I can see that. I can see her basically being like, bring me samples. And they're like, understood. And then they start transforming everything that they everything that they take, they bring back to a herdstone, and then it gets transformed. Like, that is their whole shtick.
She's like, bring me blood samples. And they're like, you heard her, bring her blood.
Hey, boss.
She said, bring me them alive. Gotcha.
Yes, Legion, what?
What if Norix is like one of the only successful batches, like, or half successful?
Norix is her actual son, so.
I thought she was like, I thought Norix was like, another Morling that she just calls her son.
No, Norix is her actual blood child.
What if Norix was ignored by Mom? Norix.
I like that.
Well,
Ignorix.
because Mom was so focused on trying to make better people, he is like, pay attention to me, Mom. And so thinking that Mom only liked Morlings because she was so focused on them, turned himself into a Morling.
Nice. I like that.
And she's like, you fucking idiot.
It explains why he's out there marauding right now to get her attention.
Joins the Morling band. She basically misinterprets much like the Morlings and is like, oh, she must want maybe he's the only one who actually knows that she wants Arharani. So he's marauding like the others, but he's actually looking for
that would make more sense.
Arharani. Yeah. Different purpose.
Maybe she thinks
it's just a vicious chain of people wanting their parents to notice them.
To be fair, I was about to say like, oh, what if he's like the one Morling that's like, that's actually in the know about the whole. I guess mom's afraid of the Morling, so I have to step up and actually be the enforcer to like spread the whole.
Like he became a slaughter lord to help control them.
Yeah. Basically, he's on the ground. Yeah, he's on the ground. Like obviously, he's
damn. Both are good though. I like both.
Yeah, he's like the final obstacle, right? He's like, okay, if one of the Morlings get too uppity, he's like, he needs to go through me first before he gets to Mom. And so he's like the Giga, Morling Slaughter Lord.
Yeah, he's basically the direct hand of as far as like Morling hierarchy goes.
Like that's why he's more vicious. He needs to exude that actual presence because Mom is like a bit afraid, so she's more secluded back. He's like the direct guy that he's like, hey, knock it off, like go elsewhere. That's why. Wait, I'm trying to remember, but doesn't he like take control of other herds as well? He basically brings them to his fold.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why when he finds like a specific like herd, right, that's like growing in power, he steps up. He basically like kills the no, and bring he kills that leading slaughter lord to basically bring to his side. So it's
I'm
like
the
okay,
dad that stepped up.
he's like the the guy that's like all right, that guy's getting too big. He's like getting too strong. He's like starting to reach the popularity amongst the wretches. So he needs to step up and basically like, hey, no, I'm still in control.
Oh, he's population control.
He's just a
Yeah,
mama's
essentially.
boy.
Yeah.
I like to imagine he's got like either some engraving or something on him that the Morlings that look up to him is like, oh, some ancient inscribing from Morin, but if you translate it, it just says mommy's boy.
I like both is the issue. I like him being, I want attention. So I'm going to do everything she wants, I think she wants me to do. And I also like him being in the know.
It
So
could
I'm
be
kinda
both.
torn. It can't be both. It can't be both. It has to be one or the other. Because like if it's both, it kind of muddles itself.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's one or the other, you get way more out of it.
I think if it's the whole mama's boy, right, it could still work with Sizzles. Like that's why he's also down there. That's why he's leading. It's to find the the what do you call this? The remaining Arjani people, right? That's why he's like, okay, we need to find this poor mom so that maybe if we find them, she can change back all the Morlings that are under my purview to be better, so that she wouldn't be as afraid anymore. So in on effect, he's also like down there to work. He's like he's with his mom's creations, right? So views them like he views them sort of fondly as well. He's like, oh, he wants this to succeed. He wants to make this batch actually, you know, work out. But he can't just let them run amok because again, mom's afraid of him.
I love how Legion's fully down for everything to be grim and evil until we get to the actual grim and evil bad guys, and he's like, "What if they were a loving family?"
Nothing more evil than
Brother,
that.
brother, that's the worst thing. Literally, man, it means it can break down at any moment. Because yeah, it's like the again like the North being like an actual loving son who's like, oh, I want to do this for, and then he dies, and then oh, now the mornings are. It's like it's set upon like obviously they're doing the bad thing, but they're doing it out of like for something good. So it has to fail still. So the end point is that they're gonna have to fail because they're going about it wrong.
I think, honestly, second camp of he willingly turned himself into a Morling to kind of protect mom. Not necessarily for the whole loving family thing, but I do like the idea of, like, that desire to, he wants his mom to notice him. And he does this because he wants that recognition. But I do like the idea that this whole thing, even if it was against, Morin's wishes, like, she didn't want her son to do that. It kind of all trickles back down to her reaping what she sowed. Like, this is all a direct ripple effect from her actions, and her hubris has got her in this situation. And not only her, but it's got her son in this situation as well.
I agree, Mama.
Is that what that was?
Of course.
Yes.
Always. It happens.
I think it will be dope that So does Saren know about Norix?
She knows about everything.
Okay. This is gonna be a bit weird, but okay.
Mhm.
She knows about everything. Does Saren know about what Morin's going through, or it's like not in the know,
When I say
etc.
she knows about everything, I mean she knows if you have a soul, she knows about you.
Okay.
Nice.
I just think
Imagine
it'll be
you were so petty about like you hated Sarah so much you ripped out your own soul just so that she couldn't keep tabs on you.
I don't want big sister watching over me. Rips out old
I
soul.
value my privacy.
I value my privacy. I got a phylactery called Signal.
I think it will be very funny and a little sign or show of nepotism. Like, oh, given they're bad, even if it's bad, I need to look out for family. So it's basically sounds like Norix, the great butcher of a lot of people.
Okay, here's the
Yeah, I'm
question.
gonna give you my protection.
Here's the question. Does Borat give a shit about her son or not?
That
would
is
like-
the question. Does she? I
That's the
want
heart
to
of the
say.
question.
So here's my thing. I like him misinterpreting her will. I like him being ignored purely because it creates a really fucked up moment where she goes, I've always loved my son. And her son goes, no, you didn't. You ignored me in favor of these things, but now I'm this thing. Now you have to love me.
And she goes, but I hate those things.
Correct.
Correct.
Oh,
What?
okay.
I only paid attention to them out of fear.
And he
Maybe that-
realizes I've turned myself into this fucking evil monster and I didn't need to.
Correct.
Now I am trapped as a evil fucking monster.
I think it was she probably much like a working parent who like is super focused on like their career is like I'm doing this for him, right? I'm keeping the Morlings at bay for him and myself and mostly for my pride, but also for them, I have to do these things for him. And then he goes and does this, turns himself into this beast because he assumed that she just didn't love him and liked them instead.
She's like, no, you're a fool.
I think
Correct.
Honestly, that could be even. That could honestly be why. Because honestly, at this point, if everything's going to shit, if everything's going like if her entire plans have gone to shit, and the whole Morling thing, honestly, I could see. I think her like maybe part of her motivation to really get a hold of what she needs to perfect the Morlings, also so she can fix her idiot son. Like, that could be a big drive to do it, because maybe at first she's like, okay, this has gotten way out of hand. I'm taking my kid. We're gonna dip. I'm gonna find somewhere where we can go where these fucking things can't get me or my son. It's gonna be good. Where's my kid? Oh no.
uh,
Why are you so against it? Why are you so against it?
I think I'm against it because it's the whole the misunderstanding bit, right? Or evil families being like there isn't like a sort of what do you call this? Like they're loyal to a fault that they're willing to be evil for them, right? Instead of like being like I was ignored, so they follow this. I think I just got I don't know.
Well, the idea is
Okay.
that they are loyal to a fault. They're trying to be the thing that they think their mother wants them to be.
I think it's the okay. That's true. I think what I'm just the whole misunderstanding bit. It's like I don't know. It feels like it's happened so much.
With what?
I don't know.
Are you talking about like
about-
misunderstood villain in general?
Like
Well,
the
he's not-
trope?
It's not misunderstood. Like he misunderstood her, but he's not misunderstood. He went, my mother loves these things more than she loves me. I'm going to turn myself into this thing. Only to find out after he does it that his mother's like, no, you fucking idiot. I loved you. Why'd you do that? You're the thing I hate. You're the thing I despise those things. I hate them with every
fear
fiber
them.
of my being.
Now I fear my son.
I don't know.
Now I gotta fix my idiot son.
I figured you'd be all about that angst. That's what that is. That's angst.
Maybe that's what broke her.
Hmm.
Give me more than it's just give me more than it's a thing that's been done already. Why don't you like it? Because we've done a lot of things that have been done already, and you like those things. Sell me on your idea.
Wait. Wait a bit. 1 second.
I grab you by your face.
I'm doing something. Excuse me.
What are you doing?
He's
What are you doing?
calibrating.
What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? I'm ordering
He's
food. That's what I'm
calibrating.
doing.
Nice.
Oh,
What you
also,
getting?
I'm gonna get my glasses tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Hmm.
Oh, he got some new rims.
I told this story, right? My prescription was 100 points under what it should be.
What?
Yeah,
Well, not
so
that point.
Yeah. So like my prescription was like 400 points or something like that. The glasses I'm wearing right now, my actual prescription is 100 points lower. I see
What
better
the fuck?
with the new glasses I'm going to be getting.
Nice.
So the doctor who did the optometrist who did my eyes fucked up and gave me the wrong
Oops.
prescription, and I've had them for 7 years.
Nice. Were they
There's
a military
something.
doctor?
Huh?
Were they affiliated with the military?
No, this was in.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I think that would have just been like the most like the cherry on top if they were.
The fucking irony of the of an eye doctor, fucking eye doctor misseeing.
Oops, misread that.
Misread
Yeah.
that. Sorry, my eyes aren't too
Dude,
good.
the optometrist who was seeing me, lovely gentleman, by the way, he basically bared his soul to me. But I'll get into that in just a minute.
Oh, you were talking about
Yeah.
that a little bit.
Yeah, this guy, he comes in and he looks at my prescription. He goes, "Huh?" And we do the check, and he goes, "So you're telling me this one is the better one?" And I go, "Yeah." And he goes, "Okay, hold on." And then he leaves, and I hear him talking to the nurse, and then he comes back, and he goes, "Okay, one more time." And then we check it again, and he goes, "Okay, I don't know how to tell you this, but your prescription is wrong." And I went,
Ooh.
"What do you mean?" He's like, "I've never seen this before, but your prescription is 100 points off."
Ooh.
That is an insane. It's not even a small margin. That's massive.
And I was like, "What does that mean?" And he's like, "The glasses you're wearing are worse for you than the glasses we're going to give you. Do you notice that the glasses I had you try, the lenses I had you try, you could see crystal fucking clear? And the prescription we had you at, you couldn't read the bottom 2 lines?" And I went, "Yeah." And he's like, "That's because it's 100 fucking points off."
No. I like to imagine he added the fucking in there.
He didn't.
Ugh.
He was a very kind gentleman from Hawaii.
I couldn't
nice.
tell what was. I couldn't tell what was more transparent: the lenses he gave me or his soul.
That man was basically telling me about lost love and how he
Oh my
wants
God.
to find her again. Yeah, dude. So this guy, first off, I'm talking to this guy. Whenever I'm working with doctors or anything like that, I immediately default to military. It's yes sir, no sir. And he picked up on that by question 2. He was like, "All right, so have you ever done this?" I was like, "No, sir." And he's like, "How about this?" And I was like, "Yes, sir." And he's like, "Military?" I was like, "Yes, sir." He was like, "What branch?" And I was like, "Navy." And then he immediately was like, "My best friend is in the Navy, 20 plus years," and proceeds to tell me about his friend who was a engineer, a sub engineer, who then went to become a dentist, who then had to go work at Gitmo as a dentist
What?
for the Navy, Guantanamo.
Fucking Guantanamo Bay.
Nice.
So he was in the Navy, served, got out, went to college, got paid by the Navy to go to college to become a dentist, then went to Gitmo, and then got out, or then went back to the States, started doing a bunch of stuff. They parted ways. He then told me about the love of his life, basically, in lesser terms, of a woman he had known, grew up with, had this amazing connection with, and she joined the military as well, but ended up going overseas, going abroad, and he lost contact with her and had been out of contact with her for like a couple years, or it was way more than that. It was like 10 years or something like that. Basically hadn't heard from her in ages until a mutual friend of theirs said that she had been talking about him and that didn't know how to get in contact with each other. And he was asking me about a archive that the military has where you can search up service members and their last known bases that they served at. I was like, yeah, I don't know the name of it, but that's a thing. You can search up previous service members. And I was basically telling him and assuaging all of his fears. He's like, oh, maybe she doesn't want to talk to me, you know, all this other stuff. I was like, no, man, get in contact with her, figure out where she's been, reconnect, you know, it'll be good for you, all this other stuff. I basically was like coaching this man on how to get back in connection with the love of his life. And I remember very earnestly as I was leaving, I remember him shaking my hand, and he's shaking my hand like for a long time. And he's like, it's been an absolute pleasure to work with you, to like work on your eyes and stuff like that. And I was like, as I'm leaving, I was like, I hope that you find her. And then I remember walking out into the waiting room, and Sirik and Momo are there, and I've been in there for like 20 minutes. This dude's just been talking to me. Sirik goes in there, his eye exam done in like 5 minutes. Like,
ooh, sorry, Sirik.
In and out.
That's so funny.
It was so funny.
My man actually went in there, had like an RP like moment, and then walked out.
I remember Momo being like, why did it take so long? And I was like, well, that man just bared his soul to me. And she just like, how the fuck do you make that happen? How the fuck do you do that every time? Everywhere we go, you can get somebody to tell you like their deepest, darkest feelings. And I was like, I don't know.
It's that comforting voice. It's that welcoming voice.
It's cane, I guess.
It's the cane.
It was so fun. I can't wait to...
confident handshake and a swagger, and they just tell you everything.
I can't wait to go back there, and I hope he's working again when I go back there, because I'm going to ask him if he find her.
Momo's Sirik sitting out there for another 20 minutes. You're like,
it's an hour this time. It's a fucking saga.
They hear weeping on the other end of the door, and they're like, "What the?" Sirik starts sweating bullets.
Nice.
Should have just been like, "Hey, man, you see plenty of people a day. Why don't you see this one through, man? You're a good ophthalmologist."
Nice.
That's so funny. Holy shit.
Yeah,
you should have been like, "Hey."
Oh god.
You should have just been like, "Hey, man, if it doesn't work, you ever heard of Pathfinder?"
No. He was funny though. He was telling me about his. So, like I said, telling me about the love of his life. He was also just willing to tell me about his family in like explicit detail. Because I remember him telling me about his family. They're all from Hawaii. They all grew up.
I wonder if this is like Hawaiian culture thing where
maybe it is. But like, I feel like he'd have done the same thing to Sirik. I feel like Sirik would have gotten a 20-minute conversation as well. But Sirik was in and out, like before I even got to finish writing my paperwork. So
well, maybe he was on cooldown. Yeah, maybe
he was on cooldown.
Maybe that's what it was.
He had to wait. He had to do a short rest first before he could do it again.
Like, I'll bear my soul to the occasional guy, but I'm not going to bear it to every customer.
Everyone, right? God, I mean,
I gotta get some work done. Jeez.
I'm an ophthalmologist, not an exposition.
Oh.
If there is a part 2 next time you see him, spare no detail.
Oh no, trust me. I'm hoping there's a part 2.
Motherfucker's kicking his feet like, oh my god, tell me everything.
They're
doing each other's nails while they gossip. Momo busts in. Is it eyes done? No, like eyes.
Eyes.
Oh, your glasses.
Oh, fuck. Just hands you a pair. All right, see ya.
All right, I'll see you next week. Do you have a phone number, by the way?
Yeah.
It's like you're
inviting the dentist to D&D.
That would be...
Guys, you're not going to believe it, but I have our newest party member.
I mean, the way that man bared his soul there, I think he's got what it takes to be a thespian.
Nice.
That's wild. I don't know how I'd react if like my dentist started telling me about his like lost love. I mean, I guess I would because it'd basically be like, oh, but you know, and in any other scenario, that'd be crazy.
Honestly, sometimes the best person to just kind of open up to is a complete stranger. Like it's happened to me in the psych unit. It's happened to me even doing my clinic.
You're in the psych unit and the clinic. Of course, they're gonna bare their heart to you. They're probably on
like,
medication.
No. This was just like I'm talking about my clinicals at the hospital. Like, person's going in for a chest X-ray, and then they're giving me this whole thing. Like, sometimes people just want to open up. They got something they want to get off their chest.
People will become freaks when they're in the hospital. They're crazy.
And an eye doctor. Well, no. Okay, psych unit separate. I'm away.
Yeah, but when does the eye doctor? When does the doctor come into the patient and go, "You're not going to believe what my wife told me the other day," and the patient's like, "What?
What?"
Hey, it distracts them. We were literally talking about I was assisting with like a knee, like 3-view or something like trauma knee, like someone messed up their knee really bad, and they were kind of like trying not to focus on the pain. And I saw, like, we were talking about D&D stuff, because I saw that he had like a little D20 necklace. I was like, oh, cool. Like, he was talking about he was playing in something like, I think he was playing in Curse of Strahd. And he was like, I just had him focus on that. Like, guy, I thought he was my age. And then when I go back later, I'm like, I look at it and I immediately turn to fucking dust after I see the actual age.
How old is he?
Uh,
Yeah, go ahead and break HIPAA real quick.
Yeah, let me break HIPAA.
Go ahead and break HIPAA real quick.
Let me break HIPAA. Yeah. Yeah, let me. Yeah, you want the first, last name, social security, all that? Yeah.
Nice. Look, I mean, real talk. His data's probably already been sold to Google. So, like,
yeah, sure. When companies do it online, it's fine. When I do it, I get $10,000 fine and go to federal prison.
The health insurance company has already sold all of his private information to Google AIs. So,
yeah,
you know, you're probably fine.
Yeah.
Who cares if some random schmuck on Twitch knows? You know, like,
yeah. If I had money, I'd be fine. There's three
if
forces.
You're rich, it's fine.
Yeah, I am not.
Or
There's
gig company.
There are 3 forces in this world you never cross. The IRS. You don't mess with the IRS. You don't mess with student loan companies, and you certainly don't violate HIPAA.
Hit my balls.
I'm not a man of faith, but I fear those 3 things.
All right, what did you say, coward?
What did you say, Legion?
I just said what?
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 Yes.
What?
Well, I'll just listen in again. I'm about to drive.
God damn.
What? You just said
On the road again.
You said you were thinking. You said you
Here
were
I am.
Formulating your response.
Up on the stage. There
We
I
were waiting
go.
for this.
Wait a little bit longer.
I throw a rock through your windshield.
Playing songs again.
I affectionately slash the tires.
Only 3 of them. So that way your insurance doesn't cover the rest.
Yeah. Oh, these may be called good year. It's gonna be a bad one for you after this, brother.
Have you seen the Brass Bowl?
Yes.
Probably. I'm sure it's been posted.
Yes.
Oh no.
Okay. That was honestly he is dope. He's also the reason why I brought up what if Morin was a geneticist, because that's actually made by the Sultanate. It's not a Hell Legion creature. That's the good guys, quote unquote.
Wait. The Brass Bull.
Correct.
Not
The
Brass
Brass Bull.
Warhammer. Not Warhammer.
No.
Not the
From Trench Crusade. I will put it in text chat to confirm that we're on the same page.
Okay, I was thinking of the Roman or
No,
whatever.
you're thinking of the brass. Yeah, you're thinking of the Beastman
Yep.
brass bull. I'm
That's what
talking
I'm-
about the Trench Crusade brass bull.
Oh, I have no idea what that is.
Look in text chat.
I'm looking in text chat.
Can you
Oh my
put
God,
it in
he's
context?
huge!
Points fingers.
He's big.
Oh my God, he's first off, I said that as a meme. He's actually huge. Like he's
He
fucking
is massive.
crazy looking.
He is a mobile artillery piece. He is genetic mutation. Here's somebody's custom little, little miniature. Here, I'll put in Hangout text too.
Oh my
all
God.
of you non-text. Yeah, it's pretty sick.
Visually very different.
Thank you.
The mini has like a very different face.
So Trench Crusade is much more open to people's like custom pieces. Much because it's like an indie company from Finland, not like Games Workshop. So they're very open to you like 3D printing their stuff. And people make a lot of like custom assets for it because it's basic. I mean, it's like whatever hellish shtick you want, you know.
It's Trench Crusade's so cool. I'm not even a war
have-
game person, but I'm buying a book when it comes out.
Yeah, it's been fun, and I like the people who make it are rather based.
Yeah.
It definitely feels like imagine it's like if death metal, which is ironic because it comes from Finland, was like turned into a tabletop game. So it's like full of these like arguably blasphemous images, but it's still respectful of the like culture that they're pulling from on both sides. And it's I don't know, it's just neat. I think it's neat.
I'm starting to see a trend. There's something about Finland, Sweden, and Denmark that makes
They love
really
death
cool
metal.
shit. Yeah, it's where
And that
Morkor
too.
came from.
Yeah. Like they mentioned how a lot of people told them not to like make a faction that was like based in like specifically like Muslim culture because they're like that's a
Oh yeah, I mean, isn't it every depiction of Allah is like considered wrong, right?
Blasphemy. Yeah.
well they don't actually depict Allah, right? But it's based on like the like what is it, Ottoman Empire kind of, or like the Sultans, right?
Okay.
It's like Middle Eastern culture, but because it's religious vibes, right? Like hell versus Abrahamic religions, right? You have like Christianity up in the north, and then you have it like Mecca and like the Muslim faction, basically, with like this great brass wall to like the west. But they're like, we tried to actually do our research and remain like respectful of the cultures and sort of pull
Yeah.
accurate depictions. And a lot of people said, don't do that because it's sensitive territory, right? And they're like, well, we kind of want to because we think it'd be dishonest to have like this grand religious war and just not include them.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, according to Inkley, pictures of the Prophet Muhammad's face is haram.
Yeah.
Or no bueno.
Huh. Okay. What did they end up doing then?
Well, they just researched. Well, it's like, so there's a lot of stuff you can depict. I don't know too much about the Sultanate. I haven't gone into their lore yet, really, as much as I have like the Hell Legions and New Antioch. But like they stick with like the themes of it. It's much, from my understanding, whereas Antioch is all about sort of like European manufacturing, like industrialization. They're much more about sort of self-actualization is kind of their thing. And because this is like a grim dark future, or grim dark past, really, self-actualization also sort of translates into like genetic mutation, like the brass bull. but like that's my understanding. Without having gone into their lore, is they're much more about individual sort of like you basically like your armor is sort of a representation of your own sort of mental like
Enlightenment.
meditation.
So this person
Yeah.
visualizes themselves as a bull.
Not this person. That person was probably a slave that got mutated, unfortunately.
Me being like,
not that
"Wow,
guy."
how it's-"
No,
They said I could
no.
be anything, so I
I put my
chose to be
hand
a
on your
bull.
shoulder.
the grimdark
Remember,
part. The grimdark part.
correct. Remember, this is still grim. That's the other thing. They're like, we're not doing like, oh, this culture good, this culture bad kind of stuff. Like, this is a grim dark setting. We are going to be faithful to the cultures, but understand that this is a dark twisting on all cultures involved.
I mean, I'm pretty sure slavery has been a part of literally every single culture in the world.
Yes.
Uh,
Yes. Correct.
Holy fuck, the Iron Soul didn't like art, but on the wiki looks sick. I'm putting it in Hangout text.
Yeah, that is the geneticist that probably made the brass bull. You can tell
Jesus.
that.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, who's the poor fucking wretch in the back?
Yeah.
He's the intern.
Jesus.
That's sort of the line that they're walking, is like, we don't want to insult the culture, but it is a grim, dark twist of that culture.
Okay.
All the nations are cults, correct, as King Jerka said. Like, New Antioch isn't much better. Like, there's like a human tithe to the papacy.
It's like people should be looking at Trench Crusade and take notes. You can do Grimdark without just being like, you can, like, this is how you do Grimdark. Incorporate the things you want without like shitting on someone or a culture.
Like, let me see if I can find. I really should look into the Sultan before making these like grand claims.
I
But
know everything. I've read
That's-
one Wikipedia article.
I watched an interview with one of the creators. He was sort of like, these are all the. He was sort of tongue in cheek, but like, here's all the mistakes we made, and really it was like, this is sort of our strategy. He's like, first we started with no money. Second, we did what we wanted. Third, we were really friendly to people. We gave out all of our stuff for free. Fourth, we touched on cultures that most people don't touch due to fear of like, sort of being called out. You know. Oh, here's the Sultanate assassin. He's probably the main, like, the front page picture you'll see of the Sultanate.
Love the belt.
Yeah.
Also, that's
Props
the
to their-
tiniest picture I've ever seen in my life, bro.
Sorry, I'm just pulling them off of.
By fucking,
I'm just pulling them off of Google, man. I love that it actually gets smaller if you try to enhance. That's crazy. That's great.
I love that you put me a little sticker.
Oh, here we go.
I
Here's a better
adjust my
picture.
glasses. They cloned Jesus. They
Correct.
used the Metachrist clone's flesh to turn people into God-fearing monsters.
Correct. That's what Christianity's doing right now, or in Trench Crusade.
Oh, I have some of this art.
Yeah, you probably do.
I probably have Trench Crusade. Let me look. I think I have Trench Crusader art.
It's crazy how I'm like, guys, have you been hearing about Trench Crusade? And every single person I've talked to has been like, yes, many times. And I went, oh, okay, never mind.
A lot of
Like,
people,
I think
love
this
it.
is like, this is some new thing I found to me, and everyone else is like, I've heard about this for years.
I mean, it's
I back
sick
their
though. It's
Kickstarter.
cool. Like, I need to read more of the lore, but their art has been like kind of the groundwork for my like heavy imperialist diesel punk nation.
Like, I was just as annoyed. Like, Hale was talking about his lore, and I'm like, have you heard about Trench Crusade? And he's like, yes. And I was like, okay. Never mind.
Shut up. I'm aware.
It very clearly, like, 7 people have told him about Trench Crusade already. And I went, never, you know what? I mean, in reality, I told him anyway, so, you know.
Sizzle's like, hey, I got something I want to talk about. Like, I found this thing that's really neat. We know!
Yeah, it was definitely that.
I think I've used Trench Crusade art for Stained. Because there's a lot of
that
like,
wouldn't surprise me.
skull-like creatures.
Yeah.
That looks great.
Yeah, you probably, if I remember correctly, you probably used who am I thinking? Diesel Bub's group. Oh, like his Plague Knights.
Oh, yep. Literally, here's a Plague Knight.
Yeah, the dude that looks like a crow. Yeah, that exactly.
I have used these guys. I used one of them is the Iron Duke.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, true. Just tells you how old that this stuff actually is and how late I am to the party.
I didn't know it was Trench Crusade. The only reason I recognize it is because I recognize the painting
Me
style.
neither. Yeah.
I know that art because I have that art in my fucking folder.
I like this guy.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
Hey. Did you know that the guy who drew this also drew a lot of Phyrexia for WotC? I know it's hard to tell.
Really?
It's hard to... Let me find
You could tell me that was a Magic the Gathering card and I'd believe you.
Hold on. What's the... God. Oh, yeah. Here he is. Yeah. See if you can spot the difference.
Corporate needs you to find a difference between these two pictures.
Yeah, exactly.
I rub my chin. They're the same picture.
Can you spot the similarities?
One just has a little less blood. Just a tiny...
A few more teeth. A little less gore.
That's so fucking... Cool. Well, I mean, I'll start looking at a Trench Crusade then, because that's... It all sounds dope.
It's free art. It's free art. Especially like the Hell Legion stuff, because it's more like melee. There's less guns in it. If you look at New Antioch, it's all like mechanized. It's all like World War One fighters and like guns and some mechanized infantry. But like the Sultan, it's pretty good, and like Hell fighters or like Hell's armies are, the demons are more fantasy.
Oh my god! I just realized his girdle is a fucking human torso.
Yeah. Like I'm saying, man, it's super like death metal.
The asymmetrical crown. I love the wings, the arms, like holding the like their symbol, basically their standard over their head.
Indeed.
That's super dope.
100%.
Jeez, yeah, man.
Oh yeah, here's the Iron Duke. I found him. Yeah, this guy's a knight. He's a Plague Knight.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's see. Oh,
yeah, I loved the visual so much of that guy where I was like, that's a dude who has been so warped, so like riddled by chaos.
Oh fuck. Oh my god. I found your number one Morling.
Oh?
Oh yeah. It's your Yoke Fiend.
Oh my god. Oh my god, it's the Corpse King. Holy shit.
It's him. Do you love me now, mother?
Dude, Norik's got a fucking a horrific transformation. Dude, Norik's went from like a beastman that I could see people being like, yeah, I'd fuck that guy, to being like, get that thing away from me.
No!
Get that guy away from me now. As that dude's like, I will make mountains of your young. You will be cast in the shadow of your dead.
Oh my god, imagine one mouth is like giving commands and the other one's just weeping.
Oh my god.
Yeah. You can
Nice.
do some fucked up shit with that.
Massive even.
It's just
Girthy,
like,
like
Mom,
his belly.
do you love me? True.
Yeah, just muttering in Celestial or something, weeping
Yeah.
for his mother.
Ugh. Awful.
Fantastic. I can't wait to show that to the party, and they go, "Hey, Crowned, I thought we were getting away from the Grimdark," and I said, "Getting away?" And I. No. I'm trying to bring that back.
Oh God. Here's a funny little guy. They breed down there in the dark.
Oh my God. Oh,
I like his little
ew.
pig Harold. I love his
Yeah,
little pig Harold.
Pig Harold who's like, I hold
Yeah.
the banner. God loves me. What is this? What is this horrific monstrosity I am looking?
I'm pretty sure that's a Herald of Beelzebub. So much like the Plague Knights, I think that's one of their units.
Jesus.
All right, and then back to the Sultanate. There's this dude. Here's your trade prince.
Oh hell yeah.
This
he looks
one,
he looks drippy.
yeah. Also this guy, although I will have to spoiler it because there is titties.
Is that like a leopard print? Like cloak?
I think so.
Nice.
I think so. This one I will spoiler. Because he's got a bird. I posted this one before.
That is not a bird.
It's a bird. What
do
you mean?
that?
It's his
That
hawk.
is not a
It's his
bird.
hawk, bro. What do you mean?
What happened to that gold eagle? What happened to that gold eagle?
Eagle? No. That's his hunter.
Well, it's like a blend of like Ottoman and like Hun.
Yeah.
That's really dope. I like the cloak a lot. The cloak is really sick.
Yeah. I knew you would. I know you're like a wide, girthy man dressed up in plate.
Yeah, he looks. I like his like gun axe.
Yep.
That like old school gun.
True. My man's ready for Monster Hunter.
True, actually. Oh, hey, Momo. My God,
Oh, no.
40 months. Why are you apologizing? I'm sorry. Oh, can
Hello.
you hear yourself in the stream? It's okay. We just usually have you agree with whatever I say. So
True.
if I'm saying something and then you giggle and laugh or you scream,
And we know.
we go, oh yeah, Momo agrees. Momo's there right alongside
Yeah.
me with whatever I'm saying. Actually, hold
It's
on.
so
The
true
dogs
and
are
real.
the dogs are barking.
The dogs also agree.
The dogs also agree. The dogs are also big fans of whatever I'm saying.
Yeah.
Usually it's Zoro's the instigator, by the way. Genji gets a lot of flack. I'll defend Genji. Genji gets a lot of flack. But it's Zoro who instigates. The old man who, the moment a cup gets slightly scraped against the countertop, and he starts barking like crazy, and Genji is a ride or die. Genji hears conflict, and he's like, I'm here to help. Whatever is happening, I'm here to throw hands. And it's Momo yelling at Genji and being like, Genji, stop barking. And Genji's like, what did I do? What did I do? I'll be right back.
All right. Woof, woof, woof. Bork, bork, bork. Hello, chat. How has Star Sector been? It's been pretty fun. I've been making My current build is been mostly I've been dabbling in like raiding and marines, so a lot of ground operations. Even though it's like a space game, which is kind of ironic. But it's been fun to just kind of go from uh, station to station and basically just raid whatever I want. Do you do modded? I have not got into the modded scene. I am in the Discord, but I've mostly just been playing vanilla. I know there's some crazy mods, but it's been like a year since I played. I don't know, they did some updates, so I've been playing through that. Like I've been doing a lot of the new academy missions that they have, which is pretty nice. You haven't played for over a year. It's a good time to get back in because they fleshed out, I think, a lot of the missions. Also, for those of you listening and who may know more about Trench Crusade, if it turns out I'm wrong about any of this, feel free to let me know. I will make a public apology if it turns out Trench Crusade is actually super problematic and everyone hates it. Thumbs up.
I feel like we'd have heard that already.
Yeah,
I feel like
I
there'd
know
be
that
a guy who'd come out and be like, "Why are you supporting that?"
True. Well, so from my understanding, there was some drama with it, where when it was in its infancy, certain influencers slash problematic like TTRPG, not TTRPG players, tabletop wargaming players, decided that their platform would be a good place because it's World War. You know how like World War-esque games attract certain crowd? Yeah. And they went, nah, and they separated themselves from that. Apparently they tried there was an attempt to cancel it by those kinds of players. So yeah, they made a point of kicking bigots out of their Discord. That is the incident I'm referring to. So if they're kicking those people out, and I can probably guess as to what precise YouTuber specifically that was probably causing problems, then they're probably doing something right. Yeah, whenever you make a World War-esque game, it attracts a certain group of people who think that how do I put this? They still think they think Germany in 1940s was pretty cool. The same people who like Krieg in Warhammer for the wrong reasons. Those kinds of people. The only current drama in Trench Crusade universe is Israel currently being dominated by hell. Is that drama?
My food got here, so I'm gonna eat some food while you guys are talking.
All right.
And afterwards, I'm gonna end stream. So.
Not really. I didn't hear anybody like, excuse me. That's why I put air quotes. Gotcha. To me, it makes sense that the Crusades of the fight of Jerusalem, that such a bloody conflict for basically cultural ideals, because would be sort of the birthing place of hell. I'm sure it was hell for a lot of people in that time.
What's the current drama?
I don't think there's any current quote drama. Jerusalem in Trench Crusade is currently a like a gate to hell, but I don't think that's really drama. I mean, it was spawned.
The Holy Land first off, like they're gonna attack anywhere.
To me, it makes perfect. It makes a sort of like metaphorical sense, right? Because it was done like the lore is that during the Crusades, when Europe invaded Jerusalem, right? They did like a great heresy. They found an ancient artifact deep in like the catacombs of Jerusalem, and the Knights Templar did some sketchy shit that basically allowed hell to pour into Earth.
Oh, that makes perfect sense.
Exactly, right. It's like, the evil of the Crusades, these people fighting for like religious fervor spawned hell itself. So Jerusalem, which was, of course, like, the birthplace of Jesus Christ, became twisted and corrupted into a portal to hell. I think there's also a portal up in the north where demons basically pretend to be like pagan Norse gods and convince like Northmen to fight for them. So it's not the only like hell site, but it is the big one. It's the centerpiece of like where Trench Crusades lore happens. You want to see what happens if they send one of the Metachrists to the moon. I don't know what that sentence means.
What does that mean?
What does the moon have to do with, like, do they have space travel in the Trench Crusade? I haven't seen anything regarding that. I didn't know if they even made it to America or not in Trench Crusade, much less the moon. They're developing space travel. That's actually... Oh my god.
We skipped a couple steps.
We definitely skipped some... That's crazy. I can't wait to play, like, Nazi zombies in Trench Crusade on the moon. It's just that one moon map.
Which faction were the grifters going for?
I don't know. I don't know if there was a specific faction. I don't remember. I wasn't there when it happened. This is just what I heard. Like, they basically kicked out. I'm gonna assume New Antioch because they're like the mechanized World War I-esque infantry. But I don't know if they were more. I don't know if it was like Kriegsmen where they really just leaned on like a certain faction as like their argument or their like rally flag, much less so than just, oh, this is a new tabletop game that has a World War I aesthetic and a religious bent to it and is an AU of Earth. Let's make it really toxic. Why are there women on the battlefield? What are these stigmatic nuns doing here? They need to go. Obviously, everyone knows women would not have been fighting during this historic era in this AU where Jesus is real, and there are several cloned copies of him. Excuse me? Unrealistic. Ignoring the trench pilgrim with the pointy hat and no shoes marching through the trench. That's based.
I like the big woman who's holding a nuclear bomb.
the artillery witch. We love the artillery witch. We love the artillery witch. Counterpoint strikes him down. Counterpoint, I banish you to hell. They made it to America because of the Pyrrhic victory at Trafalgar, where Admiral Nelson destroys the demon flagship, but loses most of the fleet. It's hard to travel anywhere on sea. So that guy knows more about Trench Crusade than I do.
Hmm.
That guy knows way more. I do know that Hell is definitely owners of the sea because they have like U-boats and they're very big. They basically use Jerusalem as a staging point, which is, I mean, Israel is a very good, place to own the Mediterranean. It's heavily implied vampires are on Heaven's side. What?
So what is heaven doing during this whole ordeal?
I think Heaven is the one that is currently sort of giving the like tech that New Antioch is using, like all the metallurgy that allows them to make all the like big guns that they use to fight Hell off, is basically given to them through like heavenly insight. There's also like people who use, I mean, there's trench pilgrims who basically use faith to fight satanic creatures. Like there's the sniper priests who like blind themselves and let Jesus take the wheel, but instead of a wheel, it's a Mosin Nagant, and Jesus hits every time. Jesus don't miss with that thing. They're also trying to commune with the saints through like, so you know how in Catholicism there's this love of like preserving saintly relics.
Yeah.
And by relics I mean body parts. Well, in Trench Crusade, they tried to commune with the saints through those relics, and also through like people. Like people will sort of give themselves up to play like the mouthpiece of the saints through these relics, from my understanding, who basically give guidance and clarity to the papacy against the fight against Satan. The reason that heaven doesn't just basically go down and beat the shit out of hell is the same reason that Lucifer doesn't just roll out of hell and kill everyone. Is because there's basically a deal. There's a pact, an agreement. All the demons you see that come out are not really actual devils and demons. They're not devils. They're basically like all those things I showed you are twisted people.
Okay.
So like, correct. Hell basically uses this as a loophole. The minute Hell actually comes out of the gates, God shows up and obliterates them. But until that happens, God isn't going to do that. Technically, I believe the way that it's sort of phrased in Trench Crusade is that currently it's still technically people fighting people. Everyone on both sides.
Wars.
It's all proxy wars, correct. So like all the twisted creatures you see, the plague knights, the demon with like the flesh wings. That's why they're so fleshy, is because they're twisted people. They're just the worst people you've ever met, being sort of given powers by hell and joining the legions of hell with promises of power. So as long as it's, even if they're using magic and like metallurgy gifted by God, and they're twisted to resemble demons and given demon-like power, as long as it's just people fighting people, actual heaven and actual hell don't actually get involved, or at least don't directly fight, because my assumption is that would cause a rapture or the apocalypse and everyone blows up.
Okay. So obviously Catholicism is the basis. Does that mean that there are multiple gods within this universe?
I don't think I think it is monotheistic. And it is all Abrahamic religions. The papacy is a big player as far as coordinated, but I'm pretty sure Protestantism is around. Like not all Christianity bends the knee to the papacy. Not everyone who fights on like Christianity's side.
Oh, okay.
I believe there is. Oh, okay. There's a god of change. Oh, is there like a? Is it polytheistic? I assume that it was based on a monotheistic god because all of the religions that are represented that we know are Abrahamic and therefore sort of monotheistic. No, they all hate each other, but there are multiple gods in this world. I don't actually know. Let's look it up. Okay. Based on chat and some Reddit posts, I think they keep it vague deliberately. Much like, I guess, supernatural. Like, we know angels and demons exist. I don't know if we know. I don't think if God himself has actually showed his face. Like, Jesus certainly is a real thing. But I don't know if, like, the big G has actually shown up.
We have God's son.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a bit vague, as far as I can tell.
Interesting.
I leave it to chat to explain if there is one God, if he's real, and what he's doing right now.
I was more so curious if there was multiple gods.
Who cares? Look at this cool pig demon I found.
At the door, by the way, is the angels had traveled to the deepest reaches of hell and found a black star where they sat and meditated with it, trying to understand it until they were driven mad. Jesus.
I have a little Cthulhian horror in my
New blasphemy.
not Icarus, Dante-esque hellish fan fiction. Anyway, I'm weary of babbling about French Crusade. Let's talk about Adis again. Let's get back on topic.
It's all right. No need, because I'm ending the stream.
Oh. Chat, keep talking about French Crusade. We can delay him further.
All right. We got some stuff done today. A lot of world building, which I was very excited about.
Nice. That's what we're here for, baby. That's what we like. Did you actually get any like Morlings done?
Yeah, we made the Wretch. We got a basis down.
Nice.
We started working on the Fury. Then we started talking about Morden.
Oh, nice. Was there like more world building talked about before that? Is that like the big breakthrough?
Kinda. Little bits. I mostly went over the Morlings again, so that way people were brought up to date with them.
Gotcha. Morlings are neat. They're pretty cool. Probably. Did you get them in Pathfinder?
What you mean?
Like, are Morlings a thing in Pathfinder now? Like, did you update
that's what we were
their
making.
stats?
We're making the Wretches.
Nice.
We made the Wretches. We started on the Fury. We've started cooking them.
You should make the Son of Morin like stat block just for the funsies
Oh my god.
on stream. Like a tree raiser-esque Morling.
Well, the other plan was to make a political
Get Lauren
map
here.
to show where all the Morling herds are congregated.
Oh my god. That's pretty cool. Like their borders and stuff.
Yeah,
Borders, quote unquote. Where all the herd stones be.
correct.
Places for travelers to avoid at all costs.
Do not go here.
Oh. I don't know if you saw, but Inkley also made a little Morling sketch.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, it's in Hangout text.
Oh, hold on.
You can show that off before we call it. Smile. See, chat, I can delay him. It is possible. We can be here till 12.
Oh, this looks dope. But I'm not going to show it on stream because if you want to see it, you have to join the Discord.
Oh my, what a bait. What a fucking cock tease.
If you want to see it, you got to join the Discord and tell
My
Inkley that
balls.
his art is awesome.
What the fuck?
It looks
That's
fucking
fucked
dope.
up. It is pretty dope.
Penitent hound, repentant beast. Oh, good boy.
Much more fuckable than the pig guy.
Oh, the two-headed pig monster.
The two-headed pig man. Much more up our party's alley.
The one screaming. Kill me.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. You're
I'll
just
write
in
something
time to
about
say
Norix
goodbye to
later.
chat.
Okay, goodbye. I'll write something for Norix later. I'll
Very
write my
good.
in-depth analysis.
Very good.
He's gonna his thesis.
All right. All right. I'll be back.
All right. Goodbye, chat.
Gamers, friends, companions. Thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the stream. That's it for me tonight. The next time you see me will probably be tomorrow, where we continue our work. Probably work on some maps, work on some more monsters, whatever I am feeling. Either one. And we'll go from there. That's it for me tonight. This upcoming week, the 14th onward, I am going to get the Patreon posts and everything ready for you guys. So that way you guys finally get something in your hands, something tangible. I'm going to be putting up the Pathfinder 2nd Edition stress system, and I'm going to be putting up the map pack, the outdoors map pack. So that is the plan for this month, is the 2nd Edition stress system. I'm also going to try and get the JSONs. So I'm going to download the JSONs, put them into a zip file, so that way you can import the JSONs directly into your game. So wish me luck. Wish me luck. We're gonna try and get that done. That's it for me tonight. I hope you all have a fantastic night. I hope you take care of yourselves. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. If you haven't called them in a while, call them. I'm sure they'd love to hear from you. And I will see you guys later. Goodbye, chat.